In 1 minute or two, so please take your seats. So it's 10 o'clock, so we can start. Welcome everyone to the roundtable supporting minority language and Wikimedia community. I'm Hugo Lopez. I'm kind of coordinating this panel. So first, I would like to lay some very quick background for this presentation. So the first thing is about language, general knowledge. Linguists have identified about a bit more than 7,000 languages. This language goes with specific communities, of course, and location and culture and so on. And these communities have various demographic, various status. Both matters a lot. On the other side, we have the Wikimedia movement, with Wikipedia being the most notable project, which mission is to gather all knowledge and to make them available. We have a lot of readership, nearly 5 billion. So we have a representation of good representation of the world population and cultures, but only 100,000 are global volunteers, and we only have 300 Wikipedias, which means that 95%, a bit more than 95% of language and culture don't have their own knowledge base. So we are just scraping the surface, and for the visual, the visual is the actual proportion. So these are the 300 Wikipedias, and these are all the language which exist. So we are just scratching the surface. So we also have the Wikimedia community, which is willing and interested to do its part to document as much culture and language as possible. So the idea of this roundtable was to bring together actors of this field, the local contributors, minority language contributors, also few powerful facilitators which are interested in coordinating and facilitating language integration within the Wikimedia movement, and see how we can held a public conversation between the panelists in front of an audience to share what is matter to us, what is our different point of view, and these kind of things in front of an interested public. So the goal is to exchange experience and to understand better the other side. Okay. So this is it for the brief generalist background. After what, we will introduce the speakers. So we will start with Mayao. Mayao, can you introduce yourself with your language, your community, and the Wikipedia you work on?
大家好，我是来自于台湾的阿美族。那台湾的部分的话，我们台湾有16个族群，然后阿美族是最大的族群。要写翻吗
？Hello everyone, I'm Mang Yao. I'm come from the Amis indigenous group in Taiwan. There are 16 different groups, and Amis is the biggest one.
那目前的话，我主要在阿美族维基百科里面是做翻译的工作，跟里面的一些资讯，比如说教育训练，就是帮助我们的族人怎么样去使用电脑去编译，然后上传到维基百科。
And my role in the Amis Wikipedia is to do mentorship and workshop to teach the people, our people, how to edit Wikipedia and upload images on Commons. That's all.
Okay. Next one is Elwin.
Imainanya kashankiche, soakapanaikuna, kunami kaipikashani sutimi Elwin Waman. Hello everyone, my name is Elwin Waman. I come from a Quechua community of Peru. And my role in the Quechua community is build basically an infrastructure or the basis of infrastructure based on the Wikimedia movement projects and harmonize the process of saving the language and the knowledge. So basically we are working with Wikibase instances and also try to connect the Wikidata exams and at the end build properly perhaps Wikifunctions projects also connected to it. Thanks.
Thank you. Thank you.
Halo, nami kulo Mia, kulo saking Indonesia. Halo, everyone. My name is Mia. I'm from Indonesia, and my native language is Javanese. So it has domain like G and V. So we also have Pak Revo is the founder. Yeah, the first user of Javanese Wikipedia. So I've been in this movement like around 7 years. So the first time I contribute in Javanese Wikipedia, but currently I also contribute in documenting the sound in the Wiktionary, like the words, something like that. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you.
Hello. Yulim born the Sadiq Shahadu. Can you Ghana na? Dasba. My name is Sadiq Shahadu from Ghana. Dasba means good morning. So I currently represent the Dagban Wikimedia User Group as the co-founder and the executive director. Dagban Wikimedia User Group is an affiliate, a language affiliate based in Ghana and working to support 16 mutually intelligible languages across Wikimedia, and they are spoken in Ghana, Benin, and Burkina Faso. And beyond that, I also work on the Wikimedia Language Diversity Steering Committee. And as part of my work as the executive director, I work with smaller language Wikipedia committees. We are currently working with 5 approved languages. So one of them is almost approved, which is the Mori. And the other 4 languages are Dagbani, which is largely spoken in the northern part of Ghana. We have Grune, also in the northern Ghana, Kusal, and Dagari. So we started in the incubator way back in 2015 and got busier in 2019 when COVID started. And by 2021, we were approved. The first language was approved. So every year, we try to bring out new version of Wikipedia from the Mabia languages. And one of the projects that we work on is the Wikidata lexicographical namespace. We were one of the focus languages that were selected for the pilot of Abstract Wikipedia. And as part of the effort to effectively contribute to the lexicographical data in Dagbani, we create lexims, and also we've worked on projects like Bachinema, which means words in Dagbani, by recording audio pronunciations of unique dictionary words in Dagbani on Wikimedia Commons. These words are also corresponding with lexims that we have created in Wikidata, and we link them on Wikidata as audio pronunciations. And because these languages are mutually intelligible, we also try to add audio pronunciations to make sure all the other dialects are fully represented. Yeah, basically, that's me.
Yeah, hello. Halla, jag heter Jon Harald Söby. Hello, my name is Jon Harald Söby. I'm part of the Wikimedia Language Committee and also the Language Hub Steering Committee. And also try to work to improve the incubator experience for people who are, working in the incubator. And in my day job, I work in Wikimedia Norway, the Norwegian chapter. Yeah.
Short and sweet.
Thank you.
Hyvää huomenta, mä oon Kristen. Good morning, my name is Kristen Chernishoff. I am here representing Wikitongues as program director, an external organization, so bringing in a viewpoint from somewhat outside of Wikimedia. But within the Wikimedia space, we do have a user group, and we are part of the Language Diversity Hub Steering Committee. And one of the main things that we do at Wikitongues is run a accelerator program, which is essentially a language revitalization fellowship that is an annual cohort cohort. And within that, every year, we have a track specifically for Wikimedia. So usually 10 people that are working on Wikimedia-related projects for their language. And usually that is helping them get started in the incubator. So last year, we worked with Agnes from the Gala community to get her language out of the incubator and have their own Wikipedia edition. And we're doing various projects like that this year. And I am very excited to see so many people here. When we had a talk like this in Stockholm 5 years ago, there were about 10 people in the audience. And so it's so cool in the past 5 years how much language diversity has grown, the importance of it at the foundation. So thank you all for coming.
Selamat pagi. Nama ambo Ramzi Mulyawan. My name is Ramzi Mulyawan. I from Indonesia. I'm part of the Wikimedia Indonesia chapter. I'm representing the Minangkabau language community in Indonesia. It's one of the largest language communities that is supported by the chapter. We have Minangkabau Wikipedia and Wiktionary, and we've also been working a lot to add the Wikidata lexemes in Minangkabau languages. Before that, in collaboration with Wikitangs as well, we had the Wiki Dialect project to document the different dialects of Minangkabau language, because it's not only spoken in the Sumatra island of Indonesia, but it's also in the Negeri Sembilan part of Malaysia. So yeah, I think that's it for the introductions.
Okay, and myself, I'm Hugo Lopez. I'm mainly active on Lingua Libre. Lingua Libre is a tool, Wikimedia tool, which allow you to record words. And the aim of this project is to audio record every word, because the vocabulary is critical when you learn a language. It's a first brick. It's a ground base to learn a language. And we also need the audio to learn it better. On Lingua Libre, I coordinate a lot of communities. So I meet them, I interact with them. I'm French. Yeah. Sorry. Bonjour à tous, content de vous voir. Being French and coordinating smaller communities, I have the feeling that I don't have their point of view, and that's why I wanted a panel like this. So we have a diverse profile with the smallest community, some intermediate, and some research profile, and so on. So we can have this panel. Okay. Next. Oops. Okay. The approach of this roundtable is rather free discussion. So we start to talk and we react to what the previous people said. But I also have some question if we get a bit stuck. You can raise your hand and then start to speak. And if you can, for the panelists, keep your speech under 1 minute. So we have more point of view which emerge. Okay, so I will start with a teasing question, which is, can someone tell me why is it important, or is it important, sorry, I'm teasing, to use local language to document knowledge, or to, why is it useful to have your local language visible on the internet?
I think from my point of view, at least from the Quechua community, we had some support from a certain point in the time. So basically, there were tools in Quechua language, there were interfaces in Quechua language, but there are no more. So apparently, it's not commercial, it's not good for the business. So there is no infrastructure behind, and so the companies are not supporting the language. So what is important? Because we are not learning our language, we are shifting into another language, which is the Spanish language. And in order to reverse this kind of change or shift, we have to work on making a basis for the future generations and provide them with the proper interfaces in our own languages. And I think it's important because every point of view is different and every dialect is beautiful and every part of the world has a lot of knowledge to share to each other. So.
Okay, for Dagbani, the reason why we are doing all this project is to basically document our cultural, also build like a strong infrastructure for the language in the future where students can use it for different projects. It's also an opportunity for us to preserve the language. It's one of the major languages that is spoken in Ghana. About 3.5 million people speak Dagbani in northern Ghana. But when it comes to finding resources online in Dagbani, it's mostly not available. So we see Wikipedia as a platform to document our culture and heritage.
The Minangkabau situation is a bit unique compared to other minority and minoritized languages. We have 6 million speakers. It's primarily an oral language, and a lot of the resources that we have in the language is recordings of audio or things that people get from their forefathers in oral form. So writing an online encyclopedia in Minangkabau is a modern innovation, I would say. But it was important because for long the language has experienced what they call the diglossia. People speak the language, but they write in different language. For the case of Minangkabau, people speak the language, but they write in Malay or in Indonesian, the modern form of Malay. So it just kind of be a very interesting exercise of preserving and making sure that the language stays relevant for the younger generation. And to prevent the situation of diglossia to be something that hinders the development of the language in the future.
I would like to ask Mayan. Okay. We are talking about writing languages. For the Amis language, does the Amis people know how to write this language? Can you tell us more about that?
Okay, 好。在我们的那个部落里面，我们有分两个，就是老的人会说，然后年轻的人不会讲。
So in their group, the elders people, they know how to speak in Amis, but for the youngers, they don't know.
但是我们现在我们的语言里面，我们大概会讲的人大概是60岁以上的人会讲，60岁以下的人完全不会说族语。
So speaking about the ages around people who is older than 60 years old, they know how to speak, but under that, there are very, very little people know how to speak their own languages.
所以我们现在年轻一辈是需要大量的去找我们的耆老，就是录他们口述的传说，然后把它编辑成维基百科，放在维基百科上面。
So what we are doing right now as a younger people, we approach to the elders and recorded the legend story in their group and in Amis languages.
So if I understand well, you have intergenerational workshop.
Yeah.
And the older people speak the language and the younger people type the language, type in Wikipedia.
Okay. 我们在台湾，就是我们每个周都会有那个线上的聚会，因为我们来自不同的地方。那我们会有耆老主持，然后我们年轻人在底下会把当天讲的东西要讨论的，把它转译成阿美语，然后把它放到维基百科上面。
Okay.
So, yeah, every week.
Chinese.
Every week we have an online workshop that hosted by the elders and of course speak in Amis languages, and with young people with the recording and translate the Amis language into on the Wikipedia site.
Okay, thank you. So, I would also like to know if you have some stories like this, like very specific stories in your community of some methodology which are interesting. Please, you can come up and share those workshop approach or these kind of things. I don't know for your language, is it the same kind of situation?
Yeah, so Dagbani is also like an oral language that is spoken by mostly like elderly people, and the younger people are losing interest in Dagbani because they prioritize the study of English and big languages. Even though it's a government-sponsored language, if government-sponsored languages are the languages that are officially recognized in the country. We have it used to be 9, now we have 11 because Fanti and like Ashanti has 2 more languages that have been added. Now, people are losing interest. Even last visit I made to the University of Education where they teach Dagbani, like teachers to come and teach students at the basic school, we realized there's a steady decline in the number of people enrolled in Dagbani language every year. So people are losing interest and they have this impression that those who study local languages are not smarter enough. So this kind of impression is affecting the younger people from going into the study of the language to be able to, learn it and come and like train young people to learn how to speak. As I said, Dagbani is an oral language, and most of our culture and history are documented orally. And this is just a general challenge, I think, that cuts across all the other Mabia languages in terms of how we promote our languages. People feel, they don't feel comfortable like speaking in their own mother tongue. Even on social media, for example, people type in their own, like in English, and they cannot even, they speak very well, they speak fluently, but they cannot really type anything in social media or maybe other platforms. So that's just the big challenge we are facing. And Wikipedia has become one of the ways that we think we can use to support people to learn how to read and write in their language. So we piloted reading Wikipedia in the classroom to connect directly with the students and teachers who are learning the language already, since they have like a higher interest in the language. So from there, we just expand to other areas. Yeah.
Sorry. You wanted to?
Yeah, sure. I can share a current ongoing story. It's on a slightly different vein, but talks about creative ways that people are adding their language to Wikipedia. So this year for our cohort, we're supporting a project in the Democratic Republic of Congo in Goma, and it's the Kihunde community who we've worked with for many, many years on building community centers for training Kihunde teachers to pass forward the language. And they have decided that they want to get within Wikipedia spaces. So they want to start by adding articles in the incubator, but they have a quite different challenge in the sense that there's only about 1 or 2 computers that were bought through the grant funds in the community, and they have very limited internet access and data. And so all of this work was going on one person who has computer skills and knows how to do it, and he was feeling very overwhelmed. And so we've been talking over the past month and decided that they would buy a printer. And so now Hangi is printing out all the Wikipedia articles in English, and then translating them into French, the ones that he wants relevant for his community that's not currently in French, by hand. And then his community, they're all meeting at the community centers and working together to hand translate all of these articles from French into Kihunde. And then Hangi is going back to the computer and typing them all into the incubator.
Wow.
And it's so cool. And I've been thinking about this a lot because, yesterday at the fireside chat and at the opening event, we talked about the new app and editing on the app and smartphones and how it works and all of this. And then I think of Hangi, who's like, I'm going to print stuff and do this old school and just make sure my language gets represented. And I think I wonder how many other situations like that are out there that we aren't aware of or thinking of.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, thank you. In Japanese language, actually, I may say that we have a beautiful history because in the past we have like Japanese kingdom, something like that. And like, for example, one kingdom, like they have beautiful poems, beautiful books, like written all with the Japanese script, something like that. But the thing is now in younger generation, they cannot even read and write the Japanese script. But in our Japanese Wikipedia, it's also a bit hard for us to typing the Japanese script as well. So the thing that we do now, at least we can grab young people to at least they write Japanese in alphabet script, something like that. Yeah, and also actually in Indonesia we have a Japanese magazine, but now young people do not want to read that. So it's a big challenge as well because like young people like me, like we think that oh probably we will write Japanese probably only in poetry and literary something like that. But it will come to Wikipedia. We read academic thing like articles and natural things like it's the daily life, but we don't know how to find the word. Yeah, so that's the challenge.
You have a question?
So for a Christian, when I'm just thinking of like all the Wikipedia is good in that most of the things that are seen on the page can be printed, but I wonder for like things like info boxes and templated material, how easy it is to like transfer like that more technical like knowledge of templating to the incubator.
I know that question was directed towards me, but I feel like Yon would do a great job at answering that.
Like templates are very difficult, especially in the incubator, because when people want to use info boxes, they need to, copy them from somewhere, and you can't just copy an info box because you also need to copy 100 other templates. So yeah, that's a major challenge actually. So we actually encourage people to probably just use the simple data box template, which is easily available on the incubator, which fetches things directly from Wikidata. And we try to, discourage them from copying too many templates because it's difficult and they don't really, know how they work technically. So, yeah.
Also, I can react. This is also a point of view of experienced Wikimedians. But when we deal with very small language, in the general population, like in France, USA, you have 10,000 people, only one Wikimedian. And when we move to smaller communities, like 100,000, that means just 10 people will be interested. And if they have the same condition as Western countries. So we all often deal with just 1 or 2 people. They cannot spend 2 days, 3 days trying to understand a template, the template within the template, and so on. So what actually happened, they focus on the key values they can add, the text, the raw text, translating as much article as possible, these kind of things. That's okay. More question? Okay. That's raise a bit.
Hey, I was just sort of thinking about how it is a really difficult thing to get smaller language wikis off the ground, get people involved, excited, and making new articles or making edits to existing articles. I was just wondering what kind of methods people have taken to, get a community invested in this and get them to sort of over the I think the big hurdle is really just starting. That there's so much to do. What are like the first things you say, these are the first things we're going to do?
Okay, so just like Amir mentioned, Yon, we use smaller language communities. We all know the challenges in the incubator. Like if you are testing out a language Wikipedia in the incubator, you need to rely on so many templates. So now the good thing is that there's a data box that you can use in your incubator. So it makes it very easy to add info boxes even in the incubator instead of like relying on templates like that. One of the things that we use as a community is to rely on the Wikidata-powered info boxes, not just data box, but biotemplate is another Wikidata-powered info box that we use to improve the quality of articles on the incubator. Yeah.
And about growing a community.
Yeah, so growing a community, we rely heavily on students and teachers. That is the approach that we use because, as I said, they study the language and they have some form of like interest in uplifting or growing the language. So yeah, that's the approach we use.
Aura?
For definitely with students in universities, that's a great connection. We have recognized or noticed over the years that in communities where there is no Wikimedian, where there is really no interest in Wikimedia projects, terminology and onboarding is really confusing. Even learning any of this is overwhelming and will really keep people out. And so what we've noticed over the years is we have a point person who helps explain everything. So having a lot of training sessions coming from the viewpoint of someone who's never used Wikimedia is really helpful. Recording all of those videos is really helpful. And for growing a community, sometimes the first step is getting people excited about Wikipedia in general. So a lot of our communities have done, again, really old school 90s style things where they print out Wikipedia pages and make posters. And this has happened in many, many countries around the world that we work with. And one of the things that our Wikimedian in residence, Tochi, recommends to people for growing their community is making pamphlets and posters and actually passing them out and saying like, hey, do you want to be a part of this? Look at English Wikipedia, look at Spanish Wikipedia. This could be us, let's do it, and getting people excited. And then letting people know up front what's needed to get out of the incubator, we've seen is really important. So many languages, as we know, get stuck in the incubator because they aren't aware of what's needed from the language committee's viewpoint. So like Arboresh has been in the incubator forever because they had 2 people working on it and didn't realize that they probably needed more like 3 or 4. So telling people that up front really helps so their expectations are managed. And then also telling people about Wikimania and the fact that if they join in on Wikipedia, they could apply for a scholarship and hopefully get to come for free and meet people is a really big motivation we've noticed.
Okay, there is 9 minutes left, so I will not be able to take many questions. I take one more here, and
We have one here.
Sorry?
We have one here. So.
Yeah, but we have too many questions, and I would like them to. Okay.
My question to Mayatoid and Sadiq. What are the challenges that your respective communities face in the Wikipedia and Wikimedia projects? Particularly your languages historically have been oral languages, and there is sort of a recent effort to write your languages.
So many challenges. I can only point out like the very few ones. One has to do with internet challenges, technical barriers in terms of keyboard. Most of our language characters, we don't have them in mobile applications. The other one has to do with capacity building. Some of them don't have basic media and computer literacy skills. And so what we do right now as an approach to recruit more people is to pilot a tele-education program called Dagban Wikipedia Saha, meaning Time with Dagban Wikipedia. We collaborated with a digital TV channel, one of the biggest digital TV channels in the northern region, to train people. We understand that people cannot have access to internet, and they may, because of their geographical location, they cannot always attend our events. So we do like a TV program that teaches students anywhere from the country. You sit just at the comfort of your room to learn how to read and write in Wikipedia in your language. So this Dagban Wikipedia Saha is available on YouTube, and we pilot it 2021. This is the season 3. So every Saturday at prime time, 30 minutes, one of our facilitators comes in to teach Wikipedia. Yeah.
Very quickly, I had an experience on Lingua Libre for recording a very small language with 2,000 speakers, and the language was only written in the writing system was invented like 12 years ago. So the speaker who came was 50, and this writing system is taught in local school, in the 2-3 school in the community of village. So you have the under 20 can write their language, but they don't speak it. They learn it a bit in school, but after they want to practice, they are interested by Portuguese, interacting with foreigners who come to visit the village, who have money and so on. The older people, they do speak, they master the language, but they don't know how to write it, they don't know how to read it. And so when the teacher made a list of words to record, the speaker, which was 50, was not able to read his own language. So that shocked me quite a bit. So he was like trying to read and spending 15 minutes to read one word. So there is more you go to the smaller communities, and harder is it to contribute, to have resources, and to actually support the language. There was other question in the background, but we have just 6 minutes left, so I would like to ask more on the panelists. Sorry for the public, but what do you expect if you have some Wikimedians which are not speaking your language, but have technical skills or like very active on Wikipedia? What do you expect from them, or what do you expect from Wikimedia Foundation or support? What support do you need from outside?
Yes, so glad to have Amir here. John and Amir also in the building. These two have been helping us in terms of technical support. Even though they don't speak our language, but we see them as great resource persons. They reach out to us, teach us how to use simple tools that would help us improve the quality of articles on our language Wikipedia. What we do need from Foundation is support with internet data. Most of our committees always complain. We run a photographic and editathon contest to help people compete and win prizes like gift vouchers, but we don't have the financial capacity to continue to support them in this regard. We also lack, as I mentioned, data allowance. We need to provide them with data allowance to be able to edit, since we don't have a lot of internet connectivity areas that they can just go and access internet data for free. So we need to provide them with data allowance. So this is what we need from the foundation, and also the support with technical people.
Yeah, to expand on the question from about the templates and all the technical requirements, we do wish that, and this is speaking from a country that I think have like 100 projects still over at the incubator. We wish the incubator to be more easier to. More easier to use, more easier to contribute to have that project just like a normal wiki where you can start contributing without high barrier of access. I know that some technical works that has been done to improve incubator, but it remains one of the biggest barrier for new projects to be incubated and to become a normal Wikimedia project. So yeah, and just also to mention the adoption of the local languages and the existence of the local languages on Wikipedia actually really improves the technical documentation of the media wiki themselves. I was translating some of the most used media wiki messages the other day, and I was wondering what's the Minangkabau translation for parser function. I don't know what's the Minangkabau translation for that, but I think that's a really interesting prospect of just improving the media wiki technical documentation in the local languages, which really speaks to the diversity and the richness of our linguistic feature as a Wikimedia movement overall.
Also, I can report something that Yawan told me. I make it directly in English, so it go a bit faster. Sorry, we just have 3 minutes left. So something very interesting in Taiwan, Maya told us there is 16 language. And the best case for supporting local language I heard of is from Taiwan. The government, like 10 years ago, started to actually strongly support the local language and document them. So they moved like on all 16 languages. They dedicated a linguistic team. They created 16 language or 15 language Wikipedia. And for each language, they also support local schools, local textbook. They first wrote them in Chinese for first year, second year, third years, and they translated them in 16 language each textbook. So they made dictionary. They made. I wanted to help them with Lingua Libre, but actually the government in Taiwan already did it. So I was okay. I can help. Actually, no, they already did a great job. So when the government come and help, that's really that boost the language. And that's why at the beginning I say there are various status. You have some very small language, but they have a state, so they have a language academy or they have a funding to document their language. And you have much larger language which are not recognized by the government, and so they have zero resource. They may even not have writing system. So if you can just slide some word to administration official about that, that would be interesting. And Taiwan is the best example I know of.
Yeah, maybe a final comment about this. So in the Quechua community, we were not probably engaging the community, not to the typical topics. For instance, we are not trying to copy what they are doing in the USA, what they are doing in the Europe, but instead of like talking with the people, like saying, what do you want to talk about? So we talk about alpacas, we talk about potatoes, and this is the knowledge that they need, that we are documenting, not trying to copy things from other parts of the world or trying to compete in a number of articles, but trying to document our own culture and knowledge. And from that, we really thank to the Lingua Libre tool because it allows us to record our voices, to the accelerator programs, and trying to bring up these projects because it's up to us. What do we want to have to share with the world? So yeah, this would be my final remark. Yeah.
So I see on the timer we should finish now. So thank you everybody and thanks to the panelists. Thank you.
everyone to take their seats so we can begin. I'm a little nervous. I'm a good public speaker, but I don't usually speak in English. So I know myself, and I know that when I'm feeling confident, I speak better. So make me confident. Yeah! Woohoo! Yeah, thank you. Woohoo! And also to my wife watching in the internet and all the crew from Wikimedia Israel. And it's really a pleasure and an honor to represent Wikimedia Israel in Wikimania 2024. We are presenting today the impact of the Wikipedia editing course for autistic people. It's a pilot project from Wikimedia Israel. We really take pride of this initiative. My name is André Frank. I'm originally from Brazil. I moved to Israel 2 years ago. And this is my first Wikimania. Many more to come. Be'ezrat Hashem, if God wants. Okay, so let's use this one. Yeah. So, how it all began? That's the question. How it all began. And the answer is on the screen. Jonathan, or in Hebrew, Yonatan. And Jonathan, he's a 16-year-old boy living in Israel, studying in high school. He loves to drive. He loves to ride the bike. And also, he's a very sweet guy and happens to be our ED son, our executive director, Michal, who's also here. A round of applause to Michal. And she will help me, maybe, answering some questions. And Michal started in Wikimedia Israel in January 23 or February? February, okay? About 1.5 years ago. And when Michal got into this wiki world, she realized it would be a very good environment for autistic people, like Jonathan himself. Because sometimes autistic people have to fit themselves into the environment and not be who they really are. And in Wikipedia, we have a lot of opportunities for the autistic people to release all of their potential and feel at home. So why not trying to make this thing happen? So we have 10 points. We are going to pass throughout each one of them really quickly. Introducing a little bit about Wikimedia Israel. We are an official chapter of the Wikimedia Foundation. We are in operation since 2007, offices in Tel Aviv. We work both in the Hebrew and Arabic languages. 7 workers. You can see all the team in this photo. It was our last day in the first office before we moved. And we have about 40 volunteers. We have 3 volunteers here with us. Also applauses for Gil and Laliv and Hannah. They're volunteers in Wikimedia Israel. And we have a very special focus on education. And of course, we've been running editing courses quite a while, since 2007. Our main audience are senior citizens, and we have already hundreds of graduates of our course, something about 500, Michal? Something about it, right. And at the beginning, we used it to make face-to-face trainings like this one in our former office. But due to the pandemic in 2020, we started developing an online edition. And for many years already, we are having just exclusively online trainings. And they are based in 3 components: asynchronous learning, synchronous meeting, and personalized guidance provided by volunteers. They're the best part. And you can see here Ruti, Dr. Ruti Auser. Maybe she's watching us in YouTube as well. And for sure, she was the one to be presenting here, but she was very kind to give me the honor instead of her. Why? So we spoke briefly when we're speaking about Jonathan, about the why, but we see the autistic editing courses like a win-win situation. Because in one hand, it expands Wikipedia knowledge base. It's an ongoing goal for every one of our initiatives. But on the other hand, we empower autistic individuals. So we can leverage some traits and some strengths of autistic people, like deep-seated interest in specific topics, love of structure, attention to detail, keen eye for inconsistencies. And on the other hand, we give them a platform to share their knowledge, expand digital literacy, improve communication skills, and to be part of a collaborative project. So indeed, it's a win-win situation. Okay, but as you can see throughout the entire presentation, we cannot do anything, but anything at all by ourselves. And okay, we are a great team, as you saw, 7 people, but we are not experts in the autistic population. So we knew from the start that we would not be able to run a project like this without some guidance and strong partnership. And we were very blessed to get this partnership through the REIM program. Okay, so in Israel, you have a very strong network of community centers. And one of the programs of the community centers is the REIM program, that they specifically want to provide a sense of belonging and social activities for youth and adolescents and adults who struggle with isolation due to complex communication difficulties, among them also the autistic population. And we got a face inside the REIM program that is offered. You can see her in the screen as well. And she was every step of the way together with Wikimedia Israel, and without her, the project would take off. So what they brought to the table? First thing is marketing. Okay, I am the marketing manager of Wikimedia Israel, and to be fair, I would not have a clue how to get to the autistic population without the REIM program. So maybe we have a wonderful program, but if we cannot market it, we cannot take it to the people, it's going to fall apart. So we relied on the list of contacts of the REIM program, first of all. Second, selection. Okay, so we know that the wiki movement and the wiki projects, they can be accessed and they should be accessed by everyone. But when we are talking about a course, we have to meet some criteria. So it's a little bit different than when we are talking about a 101 training, an individual session. We have to have some common ground, some technical abilities, some ways to be together. And we do selections for all our courses. Also senior citizens. Sometimes senior citizens, they don't know how to use the computer so well. So we have more technical difficulties. Also, we have courses for the general public. And we also make selection because sometimes they want to get into Wikipedia just to write about themselves. So we have to manage those expectations. And here it was not different. We had to make some kind of selection of our candidates, and we would not know how to do it by ourselves. So we relied on an expert in the REIM program. Third thing, team preparation. Before beginning the course, offer from the REIM program had many meetings with the instructor, with the volunteers in order to prepare them, and also to prepare the participants. A previous meeting, laying some a common ground, some guidance for the participants, and offer also in the first edition, and spoiler alert, we already ran a second edition of the course, and it's one of the measures of success. In the first edition, offer was together in each one of the Zoom meetings in order to guarantee that everything was running smoothly, and if it doesn't, so we had conversations between classes, between offer and the instructor, between offer and some participants. So really it was a very comprehensive and a very invaluable partnership. Whew. Okay, failed attempts. So it's important. I think it's important to stress out that sometimes seems that the things they don't work as planned. And a little before, Michal came in, and when she started speaking about her desire, her drive to make an autistic course, we discovered that before, 1 year before in 2022, we already had a failed attempt. And it was even marketed, but it brought just one participant, not even one participant, one candidate. So in retrospect, we analyzed that maybe the population with which the nonprofit was, the specific nonprofit that looked for us was working with was not the right. So we narrowed our audience to high functioning individuals within the autistic spectrum, and not much effort was invested. So if you don't put an effort, it's not going to happen. In 2023, before RAIN came to the picture, we also tried to make a partnership with another organization, a bigger organization, and they were highly motivated. But sometimes big organizations, they fail to turn into practice all this goodwill. So RAIN is a little smaller, and it came out to be. And in 2024, we were preparing for the second cohort, and we wanted to expand. And we tried with another nonprofit to add forces to RAIN. And one interesting thing that they said to us, you know, it's very beautiful what you guys do in the wiki universe. But we, in our nonprofit, we want to ensure that the autistic population get into the job market. So we are not investing for them to get into the volunteer thing. Team building. We are nearly in the half of the presentation. Kol hakavod. You should be proud. So, 2 main ingredients when you build a team for a course like that: experience and motivation. So we took the best instructor we had, who is Gil. Maybe he's also watching. And he's a very energetic, very passionate about everything he does. And he adapted the course, the original course from Wikimedia Israel, to the autistic population. And also throughout the course, not only before. After each one of the classes, he would go back to the plan and make new adjustments based on his ongoing experience. And also, we need volunteers, specifically for the personalized support and the project that they have to present by the end of the course. We need volunteers, and we went to our 40 volunteers, and some of them honestly said, we are not able to help this time. And we really appreciate, because you know, it's a challenge. It's a different kind of expectations and communication. And by the end of the day, we got 5 highly motivated volunteers that had previous experience with the autistic populations, and even one Wikipedian that he is autistic himself, and he's really much the role model of the program. Marketing, that's the fun part. That's when I got to the picture. Oh, handsome. Beautiful smile. Okay, so the first thing we had to worry about was how are we going to call this target audience? Because it's a very sensitive and a very complex matter in all languages, I think. So here we have some options in English that I found in the internet, how people sometimes, oh, you came, hello. How people relate to the autistics in English, autist people, people with autism, people on the spectrum. And again, we relied on RAIM. So we have an expert. What they said, we took. So here everyone can read in Hebrew, right? Larishona ba'olam, first time in the world. I don't know if it's correct, but okay. קורס כתיבה בוויקיפדיה, a writing course in Wikipedia, לאנשים על הספקטרום, to people on the spectrum, okay? And I made the design, okay? Not the picture I bought. So after we released the marketing materials, we received a lot of comments. How do you relate to those people this way? And we had a good answer. We are basing ourselves in our consultation in RAIM program. And as we said, we used RAIM network and our social media channels. You can follow us and you're going to be able to understand everything because you have Google Translate. And the campaign was a complete failure. It didn't well. Okay, but Michal, she likes me, I don't know why. And even that I failed, she kept me into the project and into the Wikimedia Israel team. So we had an angel called Ron Granot. And he's a PR guy, public relations. And he volunteered to share the news about the new editing program for the autistic population with all his media contacts. And we made the news. And we got the headlines of two of the biggest newspapers in Israel. Yediot Achronot and its digital version, Ynet, and Walla. And after we were in the news, then people started to come. And that made the magic. So an applause for Ron, who is not here, but wait, where's the applause? Okay. And what are the results of the campaign? So we had 27 people registering, and about half of it really turned into a participant of the course. We had the range from 16 years old to 47. And usually we don't take students that are under the age of 18. But once we had RAIM and they could make a better selection process, we could get those young people also. Because we have another project for schools where we deal with the young guys. And with all the Aloch Vashov, help me. How is Aloch Vashov? Back and forth. Thanks to Chen. Chen Almog was the first employee of Wikimedia Israel. She's also with us today. Very nice. And now working for the foundation. And so we had 2 months delay because all the back and forth of the marketing campaign and also, unfortunately, because of the war. The course was intended to open in October 2024. And Israel, what? 2023, sorry. Yeah. So afterwards, I'm going to make the change in the presentation, sorry, in October 2023 when the current war broke out in October 7th. Course design. So here, okay, we are already passing through the half presentation. And here's the overall structure of all online courses for Wikipedia editing. It's a case study by itself, a very successful one. So we have asynchronous learning inside Google Classroom. So we provide 6 learning units with texts and videos. And those units, they delve specifically in the practical and technical side of Wikipedia to know how the community works, what are the dynamics. And second, synchronous meetings through Zoom. So again, we have a little bit of knowledge sharing about the Wikipedia dynamics, but usually in the other courses, those synchronous meetings, they are dedicated to sharing the experience of getting into the Wikipedia community and making the first edits. And sometimes it's a hard process for newcomers. No. You should be better. But we have a safe space to share all these experiences, and also we use those synchronous lessons to get into more in-depth discussions of hard subjects within the writing of the articles. And as we said before, we have also the personalized guidance of our volunteers. So those are the 3 main pillars of our courses. And about the asynchronous learning, we didn't find the need to make so much of adaptations for the autistic courses, but in item 2 and 3, a lot of things had to happen. So some adaptations we made. First thing, we shortened the sessions, okay? Usually, the sessions are 1.5 hours with an additional half an hour for Q&A, and we shortened to 1 hour with an additional 30 minutes. More systematic explanations, and also breakout rooms for smaller groups making other discussions. And we felt the need to replace some of the content. So let's take an example. So the second unit in the synchronous meetings talks about how to analyze if a source is a good source or a bad source. And you need to have this feeling, and to build this feeling about what is a good source and what is a bad source, what is reliable, what can be used in an article. And this feeling can be a little challenging for people in the autist spectrum. So what Gil made, he turned this feeling into words and numbers. And he built a chart with multiple criteria and how many points each one of those criteria receive. And if you have a source with a minimum score, so you can rely it's a good source. And even in the session, they turn into like an American Idol kind of thing. Like the students, they had to present one source of information, like a candidate in American Idol, and the judges was to give them scores and to see if they were good enough. So here we have a screen picture of the farewell meeting with the group. And also, when we shorten the encounters, what makes the cut and what was left behind. So we understood throughout the course that the sharing, the initial experiences, and the in-depth discussions were not as successful as with the other people. So we took a step back and we dedicated the lessons more to additional knowledge about the community and its criteria and dynamic. Group management. So it's hard. It's hard to, first of all, build trust in Zoom meetings. And where you're speaking about a very specific population, even more. The online, they didn't know anyone before. The online format, it's a little bit code, and it's a challenge to make a safe and warm environment. Also, communication difficulties. It's a thing that we are also expecting. Many differences between the participants' abilities in the technological side, and some behavioral challenges. So we have at least one participant that was not so nice to the instructors or the colleagues, other one who made a little bit of a mess inside the Hebrew Wikipedia. So we also you have to expect this kind of challenge when you open a course like that. So lessons learned in the side of group management. So one thing, we usually make our courses from 20 to 30 participants, and we understood that 15 is the maximum for the autistic courses. Second, we had to make a contract. Okay, sometimes this structured, the love for a structure, if you give them a contract with very clear guidelines, they respond well to that. So I myself, if I would get a contract like that in the beginning of the course, I would be afraid of what I'm expecting. But they really enjoyed this kind of thing, usually. And third thing is speaking about boundaries. In the very first meeting, we see the need of making some points of those contracts to verbalize them out loud. Volunteers, and it's the fun part also. So here we have a photograph of one of our volunteers meetings in the National Library of Israel. And out of the 5 volunteers, 2 said that it was a little bit of a challenge. And one of them even said that it was a little bit of disappointment, and he would not want to continue in future editions. And the second one said, okay, it was a little bit of a drop down for me, but it's interesting, I want to continue. And the other 3 said it was a very enriching, very satisfying experience to be in this pilot project. And let's speak about why. Why is the one volunteer that he himself is from the autistic community? And it was beautiful to have him as a volunteer, as an assistant instructor for the course. And without doubt, many participants built a deep connection and identified themselves with why. And it was part of the magic. So if you guys think about maybe bringing this project to your community, if you can bring a volunteer that is also in the autist spectrum, we highly recommend. So some lessons learned. We have to give comprehensive training. So Raim gave us some training, but we felt the need for a little bit more for the next editions, and clear guidelines. People have to be patient, people have to be flexible, and sometimes people got it, sometimes they don't, and it's okay. Outcomes. We're getting to the end. So how we measure success in this specific project? We want to see how much they learned, how much they participated, how much they wrote, how much they were satisfied with the course itself, if they felt a feeling of accomplishment, if they desire to continue, and if we would be able to open a second cohort, and you know already that we did. And we took the perspective of the instructor, of the volunteers, and the participants themselves through verbal feedback in the last encounter, written feedback in Google Forms, and also Wikipedia itself. So here a little bit of the testimonials. You can download the presentation in Eventia and read it more profoundly, but just to highlight, I found the course to be very interesting. The course was excellent. I enjoyed every moment. I can't wait to bring new knowledge to our country. A little bit of a team feedback offered from Brain Program. The tools they received on the course met their need to be part of the regular and real world. And Gil said the course was a unique opportunity to acquire new skills, work together, communication, etc. And the second cohort. So it's one very important measure of success. We were able to open a second cohort that's just ended in July, and it was significantly more easier to market. We already made the news. We had people to speak out loud and to defend the program. And here, for instance, we have the testimonial of Adar, who gave the authorization for us to share her words, her name, and her picture in order to market the second cohort. And then we managed to bring people that were more suitable for this kind of initiative. So we have a more balanced group. We got increased collaboration, higher quality Wikipedia edits, and even younger editors. 3 participants of the second cohort were just 15 years old, and they were awesome. Yeah, very nice. So a little bit of data, because we love data. So one thing from the first cohort I think it's very important to highlight is the 6 participants out of 14, they kept editing after the course ended, even 3 months, 4 months after the course ended, they were still inside the wiki movement. And just to make a small comparison, as we said, the second group was a very it was more active in Wikipedia itself, and just in the period of the course itself, they added more bytes than the first one throughout a half a year. Conclusion. Why? Because it's a win-win situation. Partnership is crucial. You want to build a team, you need experience, you need motivation. You're going to market, you have to put a lot of effort, maybe even PR. Course design. So you have to make a tailored course, a tailored fit course for this population in order to bring them and make a more diverse and inclusive wiki community. And you have also to be very patient and very supportive to manage communication difficulties and behavioral challenges. So now it's my invitation. Are you ready to join us? Send me an email. Thank you. Woo! Okay. How many questions? Okay, Michal, where are you? Give me a little support here. Yeah.
Hi.
Hi.
I got the mic first.
What's your name?
Harmonia Amanda.
Okay, I'll have
Harmonia will be fine.
Okay.
Everything I got from your presentation is that the adaptation you actually did to your course was just to move from an implicit teaching to an explicit teaching, would help actually all kind of people who don't have the implicit rule learned.
Mm-hmm.
And I don't know if you are aware, but from the people I know in this room, I think there are maybe 15% at least which are on the autistic spectrum.
Wonderful.
And your presentation come across very patronizing.
Mm-hmm.
So if you want help with marketing, maybe actually talk to the many autistic people which are very active on the Wikimedia project, because this doesn't give me any want to direct autistic people to your course. Actually, then I am listening to this presentation, and I am like, maybe I would like to have the learning material, but I am certainly not sending any autistic people I know to this specific course with how you are presenting it. So you have a communication problem around your project. I can't speak about the content of the course, but the presentation of it is a very big problem. So yeah, I think I'm not alone with that, because I have seen some other snarky comments on social media. So yeah, I think you really need on your team more contact with the actual autistic people who are very active on the Wikimedia community, because different surveys have shown that between active Wikimedians, we are between 15 and 25% of the active Wikimedian on the spectrum. Because you are right with your very first thing you said, that Wikimedia is actually a very good space for autistic people, because we can expand on our specific interest in a way that is useful for the generic community, and where we are valued for that instead of being seen as disruptive. So I do think that you have good ideas, and maybe the teaching itself could be actually used for many other groups who don't have all the implicit rules of Wikipedia. But you need to work on how you are presenting that. Thank you very much.
Thank you for the feedback. Applauses for the feedback. So, if I was offensive in any means, okay, I really, really apologize. Was not at all my intention, pretty much the contrary. And again, English is not my first language, maybe it's my third language. And again, I'm just a marketing guy that could come. So I really ask you, I ask one favor. Do not give up in the thought of being in touch with us because of my poor presentation. Give me a second chance, okay? Thank you. Thanks, Hannah.
Can I? Yeah. Hi. I want to add to Harmonia's. I'm Vera. Vera de Kok, een veertje from the Netherlands. I'm also on the spectrum and an activist that also advocates for autistic children, apart from my activism within the Wikimedia movement. And I want to add to Harmonia's the remark that the epitome of you not communicating with autistic individuals was especially in the slide on failures, where you included the puzzle piece. If you want to communicate with autistic individuals, please, please don't use the puzzle piece. It's a symbol that was first devised by a hate group in the United States called Autism Speaks, that should be avoided at all costs, because they hate autistic individuals and want us to be cured and invisible.
Okay, I didn't know it. Thanks for letting me know.
Hi, I'm user Hexatekken, and I just started a research project that's I just emailed you, but it's called Investigating Neurodivergent Wikimedian Experiences, and we have a poster later today, but trying to also analyze current public discussions about being neurodivergent and participating in Wikimedia projects, because I'm trying to do research to understand neurodivergent people's experiences as editors, and so I think we could have some interesting discussion, but and also I'm plugging that poster session later because generally really interested in talking to not just autistic people, but people who identify as neurodivergent. And I think that other than that, I think we could kind of this seems very interesting, and we also just a comment, like, feel like as a researcher, I'm always like, we should step back and understand the population that we're talking about, and collaborate from the ground up, so people can self-describe and figure out how to lead with accessibility as we're designing things. And so sometimes going slow, or whatever if you think about slow or fast, that's a little bit subjective, but just I'm really interested in care and design of projects like this, because it's so personal to so many of us, and because it's so difficult to out yourself, and there's and outing yourself comes with all kinds of risks too. So even participating in projects like this, there's a lot of questions about outing yourself. So I just wanted to bring that, specifically that about masking and outing yourself, and wondering, I guess I was commenting, and if you have any reactions to that, I'll let.
So our time is over, but I really want to be in touch with you. Thanks. You already sent me an email, right? So thank you. And guys, you were an amazing audience. You gave me a lot of confidence. So keep enjoying Wikimania. Bye-bye.
So, hello everyone. I'm Isabelle Romain-Palatin. I work at the Foundation in the Content Transform team. I am not the person talking to you today. Scott Ananian is, but he's joining from remote. I will let him take it away.
Can I hear you all? Okay, well, yeah, my name is Scott Ananian, and I apologize. I am just down the road, but not feeling well today, so I am sparing you my physical presence, but I do wish I could be with you all there today. I am Scott Ananian. I work on the Content Transform team at the Wikimedia Foundation. We deal with Wikitext. We're going to be talking about a component called Parsoid today, which we've been working on since 2012, and more broadly about Wikitext, the markup language underneath all articles on our wikis. So this talk will be in 3 parts. I'll start by defining some terms and explaining what Parsoid is, how it relates to Wikitext, and how you can test Parsoid on your home wikis. Then we'll talk about how to handle changes in Wikitext, surveying some of the tools available to migrate content and fix Wikitext errors. And then finally, we'll talk about the road ahead, what changes are coming, what we're excited about, and what we might dream of for the future. We'll start with Parsoid and Wikitext and begin by defining some terms. So Wikitext is the markup language used to write articles on MediaWiki wikis. What the browser actually displays on the page is HTML. The parser is the component that turns one into the other, turns the wiki text that you write when you write an article into HTML that the browser can display. And Parsoid is the new parser we've been working on since 2012. The original driver for Parsoid's creation was Visual Editor, which was a new way at the time to edit MediaWiki articles. Visually, the text on the left is what an editor sees when they're writing an article directly in Wikitext, and the parser, Parsoid in this case, generates the HTML on the right, which is given to the browser. Without getting too far into the weeds, note that Parsoid is generating invisible tags in the HTML like this. I don't know if you can see my mouse cursor, but this meta tag here for indicating the position of the table of contents. This preserves information from the original wiki text. The information carried by these invisible tags can be useful for editors or gadgets or tools. And this is the main feature of Parsoid compared to the old parser. It preserves all the information from the original wiki text, including template boundaries, comments, and other invisible metadata and markup. This enables round-trip conversion from Wikitext to HTML and then back to Wikitext, allowing us to edit Wikitext with a what you see is what you get HTML editor. But in the process, we've also, by necessity, had to grapple with the wild and woolly nature of Wikitext, documenting and standardizing it, and often cleaning up its rough edges. So these are the sorts of questions that Parsoid allows us to answer. Where is this coming from? It allows us to match up the HTML in your browser and the original wiki text, so that if you were to point at an item on your browser page, we can tell exactly where in the wiki text that thing came from. What is it? By preserving information about template boundaries and arguments and other invisible features of the wiki text, Parsoid can also provide additional meaning for the things you see. For example, this bit of HTML is an info box. How do I write this in Wikitext? Parsoid's motto is, we deal with Wikitext so that you don't have to. Parsoid generates a stable intermediate representation, which is easier for tools and humans, in the case of Visual Editor, to write, and then takes care of all the gnarly details of how to not just properly write this as Wikitext, but also elegantly write this as Wikitext. It turns out that our editors have a keen grasp of style in the Wikitext they like to author on the projects, and Parsoid is careful to generate Wikitext that fits in, that matches the way that human editors format their Wikitext, which varies on different projects. Wouldn't it be nice if Wikitext would let me write this more easily, or if I could mark up this in some way? Our ultimate goal with Parsoid is to enable new Wikitext features, and we're eager to hear from you all what those ought to be. Finally, why can't I edit this? This isn't related to your permissions on Wiki per se, but there are certain templates on Wiki which are uneditable for technical reasons, usually because they are frequently used, and thus every edit to them causes the reparse of hundreds or thousands of other pages, and our servers can't take too much of that. The incremental rendering features we are exploring in Parsoid will help reduce the back-end impact of edits to these frequently used templates, and that in turn may allow fewer of these to be protected, and thus allow you to edit more. So although we began Parsoid for use by editors, and its use has grown over time, Parsoid now powers content translation, Flow, Wikimedia Enterprise, discussion tools, Keywix, and our mobile apps. But the HTML that desktop users see has still been generated by the old legacy parser. maintaining multiple parsers is not sustainable, and we began the parser unification project to gradually replace all the uses of the legacy parser with Parsoid. In 2024, this year, we began to roll out Parsoid for read views to generate the HTML you see when you visit an ordinary article page to read it. So visually, on the left is visual editor, or what you see is what you get article editor. That content has been generated from Parsoid from the start. And on the right is what a reader sees. This has been generated by the legacy parser and is now transitioning to Parsoid. So this is our first exciting announcement, which we'd like to spread widely. You can help us test Parsoid read views. The parser migration extension is installed on all WMF wikis, and third-party wikis can install it as well. And it allows per user opt-in to use Parsoid for article views instead of the legacy parser. In most cases, we expect this to be super boring because the Parsoid output will look identical to the legacy parser output. I mean, 99% of pages are likely pixel by pixel identical. However, the point of doing the test and opting in early is to find the places where this isn't the case and get a head start on resolving compatibility issues. So this is what the preference added by the parser migration extension looks like. In your editing preferences, if you scroll all the way down to developer tools, you have use the new Parsoid Wikitext parser. There are 3 settings: always to opt in, never opt out if it's breaking up one of your workflows. We think it's very important that you can opt out if you need to get work done on Wiki, and according to Wiki configuration, the default. So there are also links to switch to and from Parsoid in the sidebar on individual pages. I don't know if you can see them over here, but they're over there. So the switch to Wiki default is what we do when we say we are rolling out Parsoid for example, Wiki Voyage. What we're doing is switching the default for people who haven't opted in or out to the setting to use Parsoid. Our decision to switch a Wiki's default view is based on a confidence framework our team has developed. We have a pixel by pixel comparison tool to compare the output of the legacy parser and the new Parsoid parser, and we use quantitative data to guide our decisions. This approach not only boosts confidence in Parsoid deployment for read views, but also aligns with our commitment to a transparent and data-informed process, ensuring the highest standards of deployment readiness and effectiveness. As I mentioned, most pages are pixel by pixel identical, but we do have a known issues page and we don't catch everything. In particular, user gadgets and dynamic behaviors aren't captured by our visual diff tool. So something that happens only when you mouse over a certain place on the page will generally escape our notice. So what we need is for you, as our friendly beta testers, to try out Parsoid as a daily driver and help us find the things that we don't already know about, as well as prioritize the things we do know about. We also probably don't use all the gadgets which you use on Wiki. So try your gadgets, see what works, see what doesn't. If this change is going to affect your workflow or the articles you watch, we want to know as soon as possible. And that leads us into the next section, migration tools. Some pages do look different on Parsoid than they did in the legacy parser, often because they use old or deprecated features of Wikitext. How do we find them, and what do we do about them? Let me tell you an ancient tale. A tale so old browsers were still using HTML4, and no 2 browsers displayed HTML in exactly the same way, especially if there was broken HTML on the page. There was this upstart called XHTML, which rose up to claim that correct browsers ought to just stop and display an error message on a blank screen if you forgot to close a tag. In those dark days, we introduced an HTML4-based library called Tidy to MediaWiki. Tidy's job was to ensure that MediaWiki's output was always correct to satisfy the XHTML upstarts and would always display the same way on every browser. When given broken HTML, it fixed it. There was no standard for how it should do this, so it made stuff up. And gradually those fix-ups became part of Wikitext. Making a long story very short, after a long walk in the wilderness, eventually the same problem was solved in a different way by the Web Standards Working Group and the HTML5 specification, which finally standardized exactly how broken markup was supposed to be repaired. Of course, that didn't line up with the idiosyncratic way that Tidy, and thus Wikitext, had always done things, and Tidy had lapsed out of maintenance upstream. Our editors started complaining about ways that Wikitext diverged from the HTML5 spec. This came to a head in 2015, and we began to undertake a transition. Our initial tests in 2016 showed that 93% of pages were unaffected by the shift from HTML4 to HTML5, but that left 7% of all pages on Wiki which needed to be fixed up somehow, and this process took 3 years. How did we manage it? Tools, community engagement, and a phased deployment. This is a very brief account of a longer story, which you can read at the URL down here. The key here is that this process, although painful, unblocked new innovation in MediaWiki, starting with the template styles extension, but also as the first step in the parser unification work I mentioned earlier. We're going to talk about tools in the remainder, but let me pause here to underline that the community and an orderly process for incrementally rolling out changes were also key. We were incredibly happy to see the talk by user PMG yesterday about the 5-year effort on Polish Wikipedia to completely eliminate linter errors on their wikis. You can probably see that there at that link if you missed it in person, and that is exactly the sort of work which helps us progress in our project. So let's not lose sight of the point. The goal of content migration is to enable Wikitext improvements. We can't move the platform forward if we're held back by the legacy of 20 years of questionable choices, we'll say. Our goal is to facilitate fixing up old content in order to enable new features. So I'm going to quickly survey some of the tools that communities can use to help eliminate Wikitext errors on their wikis. This is a speed run through a superset of user PMG's talk, which focused mostly on the linter extension. And the linter extension and tracking categories, these first two categories, are indeed the primary tools that any user can use on their home wiki to eliminate errors. Automated tools like AutoWiki Browser and the bot frameworks can be used in a limited manner with appropriate process and permissions. And then there are other tools that we don't use on WMF wikis, but might be useful for you on other wikis or other projects you may have. First, tracking categories. Certain types of errors are marked with a tracking category, which show up on a special page listing those tracking categories with localized information about them. They are added with a special call to the parser method inside MediaWiki, but from that point on, they are just normal MediaWiki categories. Your editors or admins can click on the category, see all the pages in it, and methodically try to fix them up. One big limitation here is that often the problematic markup is generated by a template, and you'll get 1,000 pages added to a category because they all use a single template which generates a bad markup. This can be hard to see, especially since the template itself might not end up in the category. And the other thing I've noticed is that editors don't generally know when new tracking categories are added, and this page, the special tracking categories page, is not well monitored on most wikis. So in part to address the template issue, the linter extension was created, originally as part of the HTML5 migration project I discussed earlier. It's not quite as simple to create a new lint. This is what the code for the night mode lints look like. But in exchange for slightly more complicated implementation, it can provide much more precise information about the source of the error. And because the linter has access to the entire parsed document, it allows you to write tests for errors which would be very hard to catch using the legacy parser. The linter extension displays categories of lints by priority on a special page. PMG mentioned that Polish Wikipedia used a user script which displayed all this information in a nicer manner, and we'll have to follow up to make that more broadly available to folks. But if you click on a category here, you can get more information about the problem, and at the bottom, you see that we track the template which is causing the link. If you click on the edit link over here, you are brought to the editor with the exact location of the problem highlighted for you. Again, I'm abbreviating a lot, but community participation is vital. I've shown the bare mechanics of the linter, but volunteers have created innumerable help pages, and as mentioned, there were additional user scripts created by PLWiki, which we should try to make more broadly available. Okay, there are other tools, but now past this point, there are dragons. This is a map drawn by Fra Mauro. He put the Isle of Dragons over here in the corner. A key challenge with these next tools is going to be how we reliably recognize the old markup we want to update. So here's a story from an old version of the game Dungeons & Dragons, which was published with numerous occurrences of the word "the wizard" in the core rulebook. Does anyone know what went wrong? I'll give you a hint. Here's what it looked like. This is a description of a cube of frost resistance. We have cold the wizard, we have 100 points of the wizard, and we have a device that can only withstand 42 points of the wizard. What's the wizard? What's going on? Well, another word for wizard in English is mage, which shares the same root as magic or magician. And the authors of this book apparently changed their mind at the last minute about whether they wanted to call their magic users mages or wizards, and did an ill-advised global search and replace. So very similarly, the issue we always need to keep in mind for content migration, and the reason there are dragons here, is the need to accurately recognize the markup pattern we want to replace in the presence of templates, modules, and other advanced Wikitext techniques. so that we don't risk creating wizards when we use automated tools to fix up markup. So automated tools. I'm going to quickly run through 5 different tools that do automated or semi-automated edits to content, which could be used for mass content migration. I don't think Polish Wikipedia used Auto Wiki Browser at all, but PMG did mention that they had fellow editors use bots for some of their cleanups. So Auto Wiki Browser is a semi-automated tool, which looks like this. There's a huge amount of functionality here, carefully built to a purpose. It very efficiently loads pages and queues up edits, but despite the automation, keeps the human editor in the loop for every change. Some folks find tooling like this helpful. Others find that they just want to load 100 pages into tabs and do it themselves. If you're using a fully automated bot framework, we have a number of those. The oldest started in about 2003 and most well-established is something called PyWikibot, and it has a large collection of existing user scripts for various common tasks. It's pretty easy to write new bots. This is a section that just adds some new text to a page. Most of the code here is actually option processing. Only these last 2 lines do the real work of the bot. One disadvantage is that PyWikibot doesn't have a real Wikitext parser, although it uses something called MW parser from hell. It relies on a large number of regular expressions to decompose Wikitext. On the pro side, a lot of people use this and they're fairly well tested, but on the con side, the wizard lurks here. Be careful. MWBot is a newer framework. One of its distinguishing features is that it uses the Parsoid parser to allow you to do syntax-directed transformations on Wikitext in a more structured way. This is what the Rust code for reading a page looks like, and if you want to save the page, you call page.save. There are also methods to convert Wikitext to HTML and back, powered by Parsoid. And because it uses a real parser, it is much less likely to run into the wizard problem. There are also automated tools which are extensions native to MediaWiki. These aren't used on any WMF wikis as far as I know, but they are used by third-party wikis. One is called Replace Text. This is what it would look like to replace a square bracket sequence with the equivalent with curly braces, simplified a bit. And once you submit it, you can see the diff, and it has a somewhat readable description of what you did. The mass edit regex extension is almost identical to replace text on the user side, but it has different underlying technology choices, which makes it more compatible with most wikis. And this is the same search and replace. It shows the proposed edit right there in a preview, which is quite nice. So we have some tools, and we have communities which work hard on migrating content to allow us to continue innovating Wikitext. How can we continue to improve this process? Some ideas here. Better communication, more robust automation that protects against the wizard, perhaps more hybrid humans in the loop tools. I've heard from third-party MediaWiki users that they would like even more automation, perhaps handling Wikitext changes completely automatically when they do MediaWiki upgrades, and they are less afraid of the wizard than we are on our WMF projects. So we've reached our final topic, the future of Wikitext. I always like to give folks an idea of the sorts of things that that all this work is aiming to. This is all more or less speculative because the future is not the present. So take it with a grain of salt. But I wanted to leave you with some hope and some excitement. To see the future, we start with the past and the present. As mentioned, Parsoid has been powering various tools in the background for 10 years now. This year, we started to roll out Parsoid for readers on article pages, first on our internal Office wiki, then on discussion pages on Wikitech, and just last week for all pages in Hebrew and English Wikivoyage. We're very excited about that. We expect to roll out Parsoid reviews for all Wikivoyages this year, and then proceed with other wikis using our confidence framework to tell us when it's safe to do so. But again, the goal of content migration is to enable Wikitext improvements. So what things might happen next once we've transitioned all of our wikis to Parsoid and are in a place where we can move forward again. So the next slides are all tentative and subject to change, but I wanted to leave you with at least a glimpse of possible futures. We've been working on better ways to escape arguments, which we call here-doc syntax. The basic idea is to be able to quote arguments with these triple brackets, like you see on the right. This allows editors to more reliably write template arguments that might contain special Wikitext characters like these vertical bars. Previously, editors have worked around these problems by by splitting up templates into separate parts, like table start and table end here. You may know there are other ways of working around it, more or less obvious. With here.doc arguments, we don't need to do any of that. The new syntax allows the vertical bars to be safely included as part of the argument, as long as they're surrounded by the triple brackets. Here's a perhaps more realistic example from an old presentation by Brooke Bibber about block citations. The original idea here, Brooke's original idea, was to wrap a larger section of text with a citation template to allow a more precise indication of exactly what part of the article is supported by a given citation. Do you see the problem with this wiki text? I can't hear you, so I'll give you a second to look. It's these. These two equal signs are special characters in wiki text and break the whole template. Using a here.doc argument surrounding the thing with the triple brackets fixes the problem. So again, this is a summary. There's some details. What if the thing you want to write actually includes those triple brackets? There's a way to deal with that. But the big idea here is to make it easy to move wiki text into template arguments because you don't have to worry as much about special characters breaking things. We also have a big picture goal to formalize and standardize the way that a page is put together from a collection of fragments, like templates or extension tags or parser functions. We'd like to think of the page as being composed of multiple independent fragments that are plugged together in a separate compose step. Each fragment needs to have an appropriate shape. A string containing a fragment of wiki text is quite difficult to compose, but an HTML DOM tree or forest is something that will hold its shape better in a variety of contexts. Those are the two types currently present in MediaWiki, but we'd like to consider other fragment types as well. And the reason is that fragments frequently show up as arguments to other transclusions, and we know we have a quite rich informal type system for these, currently expressed through the template data extension. Rich types for fragment parameters also provide for good editor support, as we can provide the appropriate input widget for the type of the argument. These fragments can be independently cached so that if a page is edited, we can recompose it with the fragments we used earlier. And similarly, if a fragment is edited, it can be recomposed without reparsing the entire page. A related idea is to clean up the template system by separating the presentation from the data. We saw a step in that direction with the presentation of the new chart extensions in a talk yesterday, which pulled the graph data, the data that you're going to graph, out of the body of the wiki text. Marijn at Wikibase Solution has proposed a new extension called array functions, which is an interesting step forward. I encourage folks to take a look at that. To be clear, our movements in the direction of a modular page composition mechanism will be incremental, and we're presenting ideas here, not definite plans, but I want to give you a rough idea of the sort of direction we're thinking. So, in summary, what's the future for Wikitext? Again, the small bullets here are give a taste of possibilities, not anything definite, but the big ideas are syntax improvements to address editor pain points, and we want to hear from you about what can help you. Work on fragment composition, which should improve parse efficiency, as well as creating new ways to author fragments of a page. And finally, ways to capture meaning from Wikitext that work across projects. Some possible mechanisms might include encoding meaningful information about template arguments using template data, so that the template data says this is an info box instead of trying to figure out through other means, and leveraging that information to better translate templates across projects or to localize the presentation of shared data generation functions. So the future is exciting, and we look forward to it. I do think I have a minute or two for questions, hopefully. Thanks.
Yeah, there are a few questions on the chat. The first one from Velpert. How to see how many users opt in or opt out in a specific wiki?
I don't have those numbers with me, but we are tracking that. The numbers are fairly low so far, but that is exactly, we're using that as part of our confidence framework, and it's an early warning signal for if we do something wrong. The sort of fallback is that if we notice people opting out, then we know we've got something to fix. We do encourage folks to try to report it to us directly on that known issues page. There are ways of reporting it, because it's a little easier than figuring out what went wrong that caused people to opt out. But we are tracking the number of opt-outs to make sure we're not doing things wrong.
When you enable Parsoid for Wiki by default, is that also for anonymous viewers or only for the user so far?
It is, at the moment, it is for anonymous users, but not mobile. We've got some bugs in mobile we're trying to fix.
Okay.
Yeah,
there's some user notification at this point. It's pretty chatty about letting you know that you've switched to Parsoid, because these are the first steps, and we want to make sure that people know where to report problems. But those notifications don't show up for anonymous users because we'd be spamming them too much.
Yeah, I think we've run out of time for more questions, but I mean, thanks a lot for the presentation.
Thank you all.
Great to see so many being here. We have almost 1.5 hours ahead of us to talk about Wikimedia positions on artificial intelligence. The idea is not that I will be talking for 1.5 hours, but rather that we will talk together and have an interesting conversation around what would reasonable Wikimedia positions on artificial intelligence be for us as a movement. And I'm Eric Luth. I'm working for Wikimedia Sverige, the Swedish chapter of the Wikimedia movement. And I'm also the national coordinator for a network that's called Knowledge Rights 21. It's run by IFLA, the International Federation of Library Associations, and gathers a lot of librarians and library associations across the world. And for me, it has been a very interesting. It has been a very interesting network to join, because I joined it at the same time as the questions about artificial intelligence and maybe especially around copyright got really, really intense. And I think that for me posed new questions about what we as Wikimedia movement are. Are we a user rights organization? Are we building an encyclopedia, which of course, I mean, is still the main focus of the Wikimedia movement, or are we also a media organization? Are we a movement that represents rights holders that for sure have decided to give away quite a few of their rights, but still represents a lot of rights holders? And as a lot of you might know, rights holders in very many other parts of society have chosen to make it hard or impossible to use their material for training artificial intelligence. What does that mean for us as a Wikimedia movement? How do we think when we talk about all the users that are contributing with information to the Wikimedia platforms? Do we even represent the rights holders, that is, all the users that are editing on the Wikimedia platforms? So that's a few of the questions that just appeared in my head when I started to think more in depth about AI and especially around copyright. And I think it's timely to start to think about, what would reasonable Wikimedia positions around artificial intelligence be. Many of our allies and partners in the wider open knowledge movement have a lot of thoughts, and I know that there's a lot of thoughts in the Wikimedia movement as well. But I think maybe it's also, it's a good opportunity during Wikimania to actually start to discuss if there are common Wikimedia principles that we could use in advocacy and lobbying efforts around AI ahead. I'm doing the session together with John Cummings, who also works together with me at Wikimedia Sweden, and who I think a lot of you also know from different Wikimedia-related activities. So what's at stake? The boring image to the right in the slide was me Googling at stake and seeing if there's any synonyms, and I found this AI-powered tool that gives synonyms and got a few synonyms for at stake. But I think that there's a few different large issues, large questions around artificial intelligence that are going on in the same time around the world. Of course, as I already said in the beginning, it's about intellectual property. Who owns what right does an AI developer have to use material for training artificial intelligence? And what rights can I claim on something that an artificial intelligence has produced? So there's a lot of questions around our intellectual property, and especially copyright, that is been born out of the rapid AI development. There's also a lot of questions around bias, like how do we make sure that the output from the AI models produce hopefully reliable information and not disinformation, and how can, I mean, if we want to avoid bias through the AI models, then also the AI models need to have reliable data to train on. There's a lot of questions about personal data, and of course, as I think is maybe mostly discussed in society at large, the impact on the economy. But I think that these are the questions that are discussed in large society, but it's also questions that all concern the Wikimedia movement very closely. Do we have a responsibility as a Wikimedia movement to make sure that AI models can train their AI developers can train their models on information from Wikipedia and Wikimedia as a way of kind of combating bias? Do we want to make all our information and content available for free for AI developers, even though it might have a big impact on our own economy? So all those questions, that are debated in society are, of course, also very relevant for us as Wikimedians. one thing is, of course, is that AI is not one thing. I mean, I think that a lot of people say AI and think ChatGPT, or they think Copilot, or they think about one of the large, sometimes called general purpose AI models, where you write something into a chat and you get a response, or you do a prompt to get an image of some sort, and then you get an image out of it. Those are, of course, very much today used examples of AI models like ChatGPT and Copilot that have huge financial interests. They have, as I said, large impact of the economy of the world. They have quite a large environmental impact, of course. All data content needs to be stored on servers, and when they require extremely large amount of data, that also means that they require extremely large amount of servers, and those servers need energy to be able to run. So there's an environmental impact to talk about as well when you talk about AI that I think maybe has not been discussed a lot, and that's a competition about scarce energy. I think one example is not exactly about AI, but I think it's for comparison was when there were plans for building a factory for producing ammunition for the war in Ukraine in Norway. But finally, they couldn't do so in the beginning because TikTok had built new servers in Norway that took all the energy that would have been needed for building a factory plant for ammunition. So already today we can see that the large amount of servers that are needed for powering those very large, data demanding models that are used or platforms compete with energy that is, of course, scarce in society at large. This is one kind of AI models, but we also know that AI, of course, is so much more. Wikimedia Sweden has for the last few years tried to develop a text-to-speech synthesis that will make it possible to hear Wikipedia and not only read Wikipedia, but also in the fashion of Wikipedia that you will be able to correct the speech synthesis by saying you pronounced this wrong. This is how it should be pronounced instead. That of course also needs some kind of AI in order to improve the synthesis and make it better with time. I know that there was a panel this morning that was also discussing a lot how Wikipedians and the Wikimedia movement had already integrated AI in the line of work. And there's a lot of niche and very important AI models that are being developed for medicine, for agriculture, for also saving the environment. Niche models with huge societal benefits, trying to eradicate different kinds of cancers and so on. So it's like I think it's important to bear in mind when we discuss artificial intelligence that yes, it is of course the large general purpose AI models, but it's also a huge amount of niche AI models that are filling crucial gaps in society. So AI might not be inherently in itself good or bad. It's more about what use we make of it, but also how to make good AI, to try to combat the biases that I mentioned in the previous slide. How to avoid Habsburg AI. This is what John Cummings added as an important slide to the slide deck. Do you want to explain why we should avoid Habsburg AI coming to?
So I just want to tell you what it is. So it's an interesting idea that quite a few researchers are talking about. Oh, sorry. Is that better? I feel like I'm very loud, but I hope you can hear me okay. So it's an interesting idea that some researchers have come up with. So the Habsburgs were like a German-Austrian royal family who basically died off because they interbred too much. And there's this idea that when AI runs out of data that's created by people, they'll start ingesting the data that's made by other AIs. And they're like slowly over time with more like hallucinations and incorrect information that it will just become sort of junk. It will be like unusable because it will kind of eaten itself so many times that it will be something like this nice gentleman here.
Thanks. That's much a better history lesson that I would have been able to provide. But I think that's also one of the big dangers with or one of the maybe big questions to pose ourselves, because we, as John said, that if no new data, no new content is contributed to the developers and for training the AI models, then also, it will be trained on the same model over and over again, which will eventually mean that the AI produces dumber and dumber responses to the prompts that we are providing it with. So what is the responsibility for us as a Wikimedia movement to provide data needed to actually combat bias through AI models, and also, of course, all other open access and open knowledge movements in the world. Sometimes when we talk about AI development, there's a mention of 3 different V's. You need to have those 3 different V's in order to be able to develop a good AI model. You need to have volume. That is, you, of course, need to have a lot of data. You need to have velocity. You need to have a large amount of data power, like the data power that competed out the ammunition factory in Norway. And you need to have a variety. You need to have many different kinds of data. If we talk, for example, about the large language model, and you want to make it able to imitate different kinds of registers, then you can't only train it on reports from the UN or from Wikipedia articles. You also need to have prose, or you need to have comments from Reddit as well, or you need to have the way that everyone speaks, from formal reports to the way that we talk with each other on the streets. So these are the kind of 3 V's that we typically talk about when we talk about how to do good or how to develop good AI models. But I wanted to kind of edit this model a bit and add a 4th V, or maybe rather a W. Do we need to have Wikipedia and the other Wikimedia platforms in this equation as well? As we know, most of the general purpose AI models, they use a lot of information from the Wikimedia platforms when they are training the models. This is a reality. Is this something that we want to promote? In what way do we want to promote it? Should there be limits to how it can be used, or should we, in the fashion of kind of radical openness, say that it's as long as the information is shared and gets traction, then it's a good thing. The entire situation also opens up a lot of legally tricky situations. I've been working on AI, text and data mining, and copyright quite a lot during the last few years. I don't want to turn this into a copyright seminar, because then I think that maybe half would leave the room. But there are a lot of really tricky questions when it comes to AI and text and data mining from a legal perspective. And I think that these are also questions where it's really important to think as Wikimedians what we think about these questions. So copyright, as I mentioned in the beginning, is perhaps one of the hardest legal questions for AI in general. What rights do an AI developer have to use material for training an AI model? There are some provisions in EU law now. There's developing court practice in the US and in China as well around the scope and the possibilities for training AI model training AI models with content. 2 new provisions came with the Copyright and the Digital Single Market Directive in EU in 2019, and I think after Poland was the last country to vote on it in the parliament, now it's implemented or under implementation in all EU countries, to give some clarity on what you can actually do with content for training AI models. So there are maybe some responses to the legally tricky situation, but there's still a lot of things to consider. EU also adopted a new AI Act earlier this year, and one of the, I think, for me, tricky questions in this act was a proposal that those general purpose AI models need to provide a sufficiently detailed summary of the material that they have trained on. So, for example, if the AI model have trained a lot on Wikipedia and Wikimedia, then they would need to say that a large part or a substantial part of this model have been trained on material from Wikipedia and Wikimedia. In one way or another, that that is close to a CC BY license in Wikimedia language. So that means that we are kind of putting a general CC BY license on all the Wikimedia platforms, which might be good because that means that it links back to the Wikimedia platforms. We might kind of regain some of the traffic that could be lost if the development with those kind of general purpose AI models meant that everyone is just asking ChatGPT rather than Googling and coming to Wikipedia. But at the same time, it also puts restriction into the possibilities of sharing knowledge. So I think that was one of the questions where it's really tricky to know what is a Wikimedia position. And I'm not sure if we have like a common view or the same thought around this. I think there might be many different views only in this room. So there's a lot of tricky legal situations. And the questions that I would like to kind of hear your thoughts on here today is, to what extent can Wikipedia and Wikimedia be the solutions to the tricky challenges that we see with AI in general in society, in combating bias, in making sure that information remains trustworthy on the internet? Do we want to be a part of solving many of the issues ahead? And if then, what is needed? I can just say maybe very shortly that we provided or wrote a report earlier this year trying to start to look into a few of those questions, but it was still on a very theoretic level, without many references to Wikimedia platforms and what it means for Wikipedia and the Wikimedia movement. And my idea ahead, or our idea ahead, is to start to kind of think about how can we take this down to an easier, more understandable level, but also a level that is, to the core of what Wikipedians and Wikimedians believe in. So our hope is that we can kind of use the conversation in this room today as a starting point for discussing a few of those very important questions ahead, and then maybe continuing and do a few consultations and see if we can end up with any kind of common thoughts or ideas on this. So do you want to take over, John Cummings? Just interrupted you in the middle of researching the computer. This microphone is a bit going up and down. I feel like we have a radical difference in length, so I'm trying to make it taller.
I'm just going to pass some post-it notes out each thing. I don't know if you have pens, but I have a few pens as well. Please just take like a couple of post-it notes each. I've realised this is a strange thing to do in a conference where everyone has their laptop out, but it's just like a nice interactive thing that we can do together. Sorry? Yeah. And if you don't have a pen, make a friend with the person who does have a pen. Okay. Does this work? Oh, amazing. So I'm fairly sure we're going to run out of post-it notes, and I'll just have to ask you write the stuff on your laptop. We were not expecting this many people to come. It's really wonderful that you've kind of all taken an interest in this. So what I was going to do is just take you through a little process to kind of think about this a little bit more. We recognize that different people have different opinions and also like different levels of knowledge on AI in general and AI with Wikimedia. Some of you may be very knowledgeable, be AI researchers even, and then people like me who just read stuff in the news. So I wanted to ask you first, like thinking about your viewpoints, like what do you actually know about AI and where have you kind of found that information from? If you can just take like a minute or two just to write down your thoughts around this, and then we'll do like a little bit of an exercise around it. Does that make sense? Oh, what do you know about AI? As a broad theme, what do you know about AI and like where do you? Yeah, please. Okay, just a summary. It doesn't have to be a lot. Just in general. Yeah. And if you can't fit everything on that post-it note, it's kind of a sign that you're in the right session and you know what you're talking about. So it's good. And if you need some more post-it notes, I've got some. And we'll just take like a minute or two for each question, and then we'll go through some more and stuff.
First one's leaving the room.
And the second question we have is like, what kind of feelings do you have around AI? What are your like, with the information that you have, how do you feel about it in general? So maybe you think it's great, maybe you think it's a big scam, maybe like, yeah, maybe you're like, oh, it will make lovely paintings, but nothing else. How do you feel about it? Oh yeah, how do you feel about AI? What kind of emotions does it bring up? Like, yeah, and just to be clear, like what we're doing is going through a process to kind of get this first kind of like mini snapshot of what the Wikimedia movement has, what opinions and feelings it has around AI. Yeah.
Just have a technical comment. Yesterday I learned about the tool in another presentation.
Yeah.
Menti.com. You could use this to
Yeah.
people replies and put them on the
Yeah, of course, yeah.
be more efficient than the
Sure.
system.
Sure.
I think we need the description in that case only.
Okay.
It's not, yeah.
Does anyone need any more notes? And if you're taking notes on your laptop or whatever, that's also fine. Yeah. And then the third question around viewpoints is like, what practical personal experience do you have with AI? Maybe you've tried to make like image generation, like famous actor writing like Tyrannosaurus Rex or whatever, or yeah. What kind of personal experience do you have with using AI? Yeah. Yes. No, it's fine. Just you can sign them if you want, or you can just leave them anonymous. It's fine. Sorry? Yeah. Sign. Yeah. And then finally, just around like viewpoints, any other things that you have that you think about AI? So maybe I've not, in one of the questions that I've asked, maybe it didn't fit with that, but any other feelings or thoughts you have around AI, that would be great. Oh, anything else? Anything else around viewpoints? Yeah. Okay. Then he got 5 more questions. It's fine. We're fine. We've got loads of people left. We can. Yeah.
it's tough to think for yourself. No, it's much better to just.
Yeah. Great. And if I can ask you to like send all your post-it notes to the front of the room, I'm gonna like, collect them all and put them on the wall before the next. Oh, that's okay. That's fine. Doesn't matter. Can you just hold that a second?
I put them on my laptop.
Oh, great. That's fine. Yeah.
I still have a pen.
You could have more of that. Do you want any help?
Yeah. Sorry, everything over that side.
Oh,
everything over that side. Sorry.
Right now, I'm just kind of looking at all your guys' handwriting.
This one's the murderer. This one's. Do people need more post-it notes? I've got more questions. I'll just leave. So we're just going to do this like two more times, and then we're going to have a discussion. So there is a process to this. So I guess my next question is around like concerns. So what are you concerned with about AI in general? So Eric said around like environmental concerns, energy use, that kind of things. What concerns do you have in general around AI? Maybe you think in 6 months' time it will be like Terminator and the AI will take over the world. I don't know. But yeah, if you can just take some notes on like how your main concerns around AI. Yeah. Thank you.
That's a good question.
Yeah.
Question, John.
Yes.
When you say concerns around AI, do you include the companies who run them or the AI themselves?
Whichever you like. Yes. Yes. Okay. Yeah. Included worries about the companies, things like that. That's completely fine. All your worries and fears. And if you have no worries and fears, that's also okay. Great. And my next question around this is, what concerns do you have around AI specifically to do with Wikimedia? Oh, we're going to do a different bit of wall for this one.
Oh, I'm not sure.
Okay. Yeah, so your concerns around AI and Wikimedia specifically. And we can use this bit of wall for those ones. And if you're writing on your laptop as well, that's also fine. Like however you want to document this. I'm just trying to make it like a bit interactive and fun with like nice colourful bits of paper. Yeah. Great. Do we feel ready to move on to the next bit, or do we feel like we're still writing on that bit? If you can pass all your bits of paper to the front when you're, or stick them on the wall here, that would be great. Yeah. Is the question clear? Like, how are you concerned about AI in general and also with Wikimedia?
The most challenging part of this exercise is that the people running the seminar have to read. I'm not sure if they have time to read all that.
What time do we finish? We finish at like oh wow. Huh? Yeah, there was absolutely no problems. Don't worry about it. Please go and carry on with your life. Do you have anything you want to add to the wall? Oh, yeah, please come up and stick it somewhere on the wall. It's great.
Yeah, that's the idea. We'll both like have a conversation afterwards and then summarize everything that you. Yeah. No, but absolutely. Yeah, no worries.
Okay, great. Yeah.
Yes.
No. No. Okay. Can you go to the next one? Great. So the third and final kind of grouping is what questions do you have about AI in general? So like maybe you're interested in like how it works. Like I don't know that much about it, how the practicalities of it work. Yeah. So it could be a question about like, how do we know this AI over here is doing good things, or like that it's actually what it's doing is what it says it's doing. So yeah. So yeah, just questions about AI you have in general. Could be about the companies who run it, the people who make it. Oh, these two.
No, I think they're the glue is involved.
yeah, back to front. Thank you. Oh, the questions one? Okay.
Should start.
Yeah, let's start here. Yeah, let's go. Yeah, great. Yeah, and the second kind of question around questions is what questions do you have specifically around AI and Wikimedia as a whole? What questions do you have around the use of AI and Wikimedia together? So it could be questions around like use of Wikipedia as training data, or it could be like, in 3 years, will anyone write Wikipedia anymore, or will it just be generated by bots? Any questions you have around AI? Sorry, do you want to say something?
No, that's great.
Okay. And when you've kind of thought about that and you want to stick them on the wall, please come and stick them on the wall. And if you don't want to stand up, just like wave me and I'll come and get them for you from you. Great, thank you. Thank you. Thank you. That's great. Okay, that's good. Okay, now I'm going to ask you to do some moving around. So maybe you were more interested in one or the other. Can I ask you to like choose one of the topics that we like collated these post-it notes around and have a conversation with the other people who also stand next to those post-it notes, and have a like kind of a more of a conversation, like look at the post-it notes, see if you can see any common themes, anything that like comes out of the conversation, please also add to the wall, like just try and like deepen the things that are coming out of these. That would be wonderful. And also have a think about how like if we did a larger consultation within Wikimedia, like what would be some good questions around it, what would be some good ways of having that conversation. So it could be like, we put a question on Meta and 3 people replied to it because no one knew it was there. But it could also be like, we have an RFC about it, or it could be like a discussion at another conference, or whatever you think is a useful platform and method to like have more of a conversation around this. So the themes are questions. So if you want to talk more about questions you have with AI, that's here. This one is concerns. So if you want to like write some fan fiction about like AI going rogue in 2 years, or like you're just worried about, I don't know, something around AI, that's here. And then the viewpoints one is over here where Eric is.
How can the environmental inclusion of you talk about something help get first hurdle of starting an article, and some editors feel is a barrier, right? So many places where you're writing a lot. Beginning. No, thank you. They felt it was getting more articles written in the first place. Oh yes, I remember. Reading Wikipedia. And enormous amounts in comparative terms of quality, the ocean or function can't be like a needle in the haystack. Check. Like the cooling. Yeah, maybe the water should be a problem, but I think from that side, I think we've got to be parameters for there's also the problem with water where for example, Arizona, there's no problem with energy supply. Cool. The data centers, there is solar power, wind power, there is one of their infringement with Wikipedia. You have to go to Wikipedia. I think data center side was the oil, not water. So we don't have, there are environmental rules. Okay. Same here, they're not high. Yeah. I think so. But I do think it's about okay. These things are the reason. Yes. Okay. There's no knowledge. Big database language models that have many. So what the other concern I have is electricity.
So like all residential, all servers. So servers are allowed to use their electricity than all homes.
But now we have the exploitation of Wikimedia content for commercial purposes. The modification of the commons for commercial agents. Microsoft, Imagine, these types of things.
Helping people get into it.
How does that kind of alienate the free in the volunteer agreements for free?
At one point, and then allowing people to
will also use
draft a first draft.
So it's the same problem we have with this. I saw like that people have Wikimedia, they will write the building, but it was articles. This one. So
Questions. Questions.
It's so much. It's not small text. It's
Yeah.
completely
Yeah,
impossible to
I'm
get
trying
an
to
overview.
see like you get an overview, but I feel like it's.
I can imagine you are already.
My head is rather exploding.
Yeah.
Yeah. There's a lot of good questions.
So I can hear lots of great conversations. If you can like summarize them and also stick them on the wall, don't worry about it being a big mess. That's my problem after the session. So I'll come around with some post-it notes and some pens.
Any other thoughts you have as you're having these conversations? Put them on the wall.
This one, yes.
Let me give you.
There was,
You're not just.
for example, there is gibberish on the microphone. She has 1C4. There is the creases in the armpit. There are more. But the pattern is not similar here. And here you can see there is a difference in the pattern. So this is the origin of this real project. This is AI generated. This is real. Yeah, this is a real person, and this is not a real person. Yesterday generated one stable diffusion. Yes, yes, she mentioned 6 fingers. But now there is no 6 fingers. Yeah.
What is historical? You know, we'll always make
like boomers engaging in content on Facebook, AI generated.
I felt that
lots of
I
Oh,
sorry.
Shrimp Jesus, yeah, shrimp Jesus.
So I had to as a writing teacher. So we do some shrimp Jesus more advanced writing. We'll rely on it very openly because they have training on YouTube, but it's like for brainstorming and invention, and like it's very good. And when narration, all this video stuff is very very specific and targeted. It's not like the big teachers like I don't know. And then like they were like, oh come on, it's like publicly available information. And then there's their own. But wait, she just got it's very
that's my line.
And developers can do more because it's like books basically.
That's the most
You don't know
generic,
how AI performs.
abstract, like no committal
You
bullshit.
can somehow reduce
I'll give out
like books, but you don't know what
writing.
causes the actual input, output. Sorry. So
My knowledge of, I think I'm very bad at writing, but they have a lot of knowledge about specific topical sorting. For them, it's so much easier to just write a prompt.
you have to adjust with your technology.
The rest of writing is AI for everything. It's also a big chance. There was put in a language or in writing and take
But often in like the course of my teach, it's not necessarily about it's about the right way.
You want to write
something? I may have to be
oh, no,
more careful and make it about right there. Testing the subject of writing.
I don't know how
That's what I'm trying to do.
On their computers, I think. And there's no whiteboard, no.
Can you please remind me what's this?
This one is questions.
Questions, yeah, okay. May I add one?
Yeah, of course.
Thank you.
So for anyone that prefers writing on the computer rather than on post-its and sticking on a wall, John just put my email down on a few post-its. So more than happy to send any thoughts and comments to my or questions, viewpoints. Yeah, we're gonna type all this up. I mean, the idea is to try to gather this information into some kind of coherent structure, and then based on that, see if we can continue those conversations in one way or another. I think, I mean, I don't expect that we will be ending up with the Wikimedia position on AI, like that will be, but maybe we can at least deepen, you know, the conversations and have like more of those attempts to try to gather what are the questions, what are the concerns, what are the ideas. One big rationale for me for doing this is that, like, there's a few of us working for different Wikimedia chapters and for the Wikimedia Foundation that end up in different national and international forums that talk about AI, and where we are representing the Wikimedians. But what do the Wikimedians think? It's difficult to speak on behalf of the Wikimedia movement when there's few attempts to gather to gather all the insights. So hopefully this is a starting point for conversations rather than ending point. I see that there's so many post-it notes that are put on the walls, both with viewpoints and concerns and questions. We will do our best to structure that in a good way. Is there anyone that would like to share thoughts so far, like with a microphone here in this room? I heard there were a lot of conversations that were going on in the small groups, you know, between the post-it notes. Anyone that would like to mention anything out loud? Yeah. Do you have? Oh, there's.
Hi, Matt from Pennsylvania, U.S. We had a long-ranging, wide-ranging conversation. Some of the themes that came out of that were contributor motivation to Wikimedia projects. For instance, if the large language models are being trained on Wikipedia content that is supposed to be, you know, commons content, and then being commodified and commercialized through Microsoft efforts, what will that do to actual motivation of the content creators who thought they were doing this altruistic thing, but they're actually training commercial models? We also talked about displacement, or at least perhaps exaggerated fears or hypothetical fears of economic displacement for writing teachers and lawyers. And I'm a writing teacher, so I talked about the need for critical literacy among my students when it comes to generative AI and text generators especially.
Thanks. That's interesting. I just wonder, like, I mean, because we have this, as I think most of you in the room know, like the strictest license that the Wikimedia platforms allow is the CC by SA license, which also allows for commercial reuse. So this kind of also poses an interesting question, like where does the border go for how much commercial reuse that is considered?
With attribution, though. Correct. With attribution.
With attribution,
yeah,
yes.
So a lot of these models are not doing attribution, so they're violating the license.
Yeah. No, that's absolutely a fair point. Anyone else has a thought on that same topic or on any other related or unrelated topics?
Yeah, well, I'm concerned about the increasing use of AI tools by deciders, those who decide. And in the Wikimedia or Wikipedia editing community, the deciders are the admins, and the increasing use of AI tools to detect what is perceived as, I don't know, non-neutral point of view or different things like that. And the fact that more and more decisions are in fact suggested by these AI tools, and it's no longer a human that's doing it.
Yeah, that's an interesting point. I saw also like a few different posts that were covering like similar topics, like how does that affect like the volunteer community on the platforms if there's like an increasing amount of AI tools that are implemented.
Hello. Because just before I came here, I just have an interview about AI, and we were concerned about the disinformation generated by AI. I think AI become a very easy tool to generate disinformation and the false information, and as the generated content become more and more popular on the internet, and AI is fed with the generated information. It is built upon the generated information. It generated itself, and in this process, because it has a probability to generate a content. In this process, you'll get more and more mentioned, and the diversity will disappear in this process, and the content will be more and more narrow. And also because as Wikipedia, we largely depend on all those information, it will become harder and harder to discriminate between good information and false information on the internet. And that would be a very tough issue for us, for the admins to see if this is true or false, if the reference is okay or not. Yes, I think that would be a very major concern. And also, that since there are government-controlled AI now. For example, for Taiwan, for Chinese is very specific to the China-controlled AI model, and they generate a lot of content. So this would become they generate a lot of content based on the government's interests. So if this content become a reference sources, and it will affect the neutrality, and it will generate biases on Wikipedia. That is another issue that we have to take into concern.
Thanks. Yeah, a few really interesting concerns. It also a bit back to John's Habsburg AI slide previously in the slide deck.
Hi. Yeah, just to add on to those concerns about making it more difficult to differentiate high quality from low quality content. I think also this is kind of more of a second order effect, but because of AI companies and AI models needing all of this content to train on, we're seeing already websites like putting up paywalls or taking down their archives and all of these things to prevent them from just being used for free by these AI companies. And I think the more that happens, the harder it's going to be for Wikipedia editors to find reliable sources, even when they know that, oh, this is a reliable source, but the entire archive was just taken down from the website, or it now requires a paywall, and now there are additional steps needed to get it in the Wikipedia library or something. And I could see that being an issue, sort of regardless of what the AI outputs are.
So if I understand you correctly, it's the threat of AI will mean that more information is locked by default, and then it will be more difficult also for Wikipedia volunteers and Wikimedians to access good sources like improving the platforms. Yeah, I think that's also like one of the questions that I'm thinking a lot about, like how, and I think it ties back to also what I mentioned, like in the introduction. Like a lot of us here are, you know, really strong supporters of open access and sharing things openly and widely. It's a part of the core of the Wikimedia movement, and that could also be like one of the solutions, in search of a better word, like of AI distributing disinformation and misinformation, like large actors. And we had a conversation with colleagues at the UN earlier today on similar topics as well. Like those big open access publishers, like or platforms like Wikimedia, could play a very important role in making sure in combating disinformation through AI models. But what do we want to have in return? Like, is there like, do we require remuneration? Is it enough with sources? Is it like, how should like Wikimedia and Wikipedia especially navigate in this kind of new, very this new kind of internet that is emerging? I think that's an interesting interesting conversation for Wikimedians. And now I see that Matt want to. Yeah.
One thing I think that we need in return is some sort of agreement for data provenance, so that, and that was another big theme of our conversation earlier, so that the large language model applications these companies are putting out are doing more to show the user where the information originally came from, right? So if it comes from Wikipedia, maybe linking directly to that article, maybe making a kind of a side note, you know, in terms of like, okay, here's the Wikipedia article, here's the reference section where, you know, that contains all the sources for this article. Just because that's so crucial for basic information literacy for the user to understand that people are creating this knowledge, right? Not the actual applications.
No, that's a great point, and I think I mentioned also in the brief intro that like in the AI Act that was just passed in the EU, like I think formally previous during the summer, there is like a specific provision that says that the general purpose AI models, it's called in the AI Act, but that like the largely, you know, ChatGPT and Copilot and whatever, like they are obliged to supply with a, I think it's called like in the English, sufficiently detailed summary of the sources that it has been trained on. Is that good? Is it enough? Is it like, is it...
Will it be followed? Like, will that like actually be followed by the tech companies in the EU? Just because there is that?
Well, I suppose that's a question to follow, but if they don't follow it, it's illegal. I mean, then they can be sued and taken to court. So it's you know, do people follow the law?
That's, yeah, but that's good news. Then that's heartening.
Penalties are high in Europe. The penalties are very high in Europe.
Yeah, I think that's something that we have learned in GDPR, not the least, that if you do something wrong, then it's expensive.
Okay, say look, we're Wikipedia editors now. Would it be a good thing if the AI companies were to say that they trained their models on Wikipedia? Because that just means that, you know, when the AI starts hallucinating or gets to breed with his Habsburg cousins or whatever, then it's the whole reputation of Wikipedia that'll go down the drain as well. Because it's AI trained on Wikipedia and gives crappy answers. So, is that what we want?
No, I mean that's in the other end, right? I mean, at least under EU law, now you can opt out from being used altogether in the training of those large models. And most media, like when I'm in networks with other kind of media organizations, they are surprised that Wikimedia has not formally opted out and said that no Wikimedia material can be used in the training of those large models. The first thing is that I think it would be difficult to know who should opt out. Like, can Wikimedia, like, if that would be something that anyone wanted, could Wikimedia do that on behalf of? I mean, it's still, you know, every contributor that has the rights to the material that they have shared, but it's also, of course, like a larger ideological or like a policy question, you know, because if you would opt out, then would that cause much more disinformation through the AI platforms? Would it be like a threat to the open access idea that is kind of at the heart of the Wikimedia movement? So there's a lot of real difficult questions in the entire field. But would you say that it would be like that it's like, if I understand you correctly, that the idea is that it's kind of harmful for Wikipedia to be kind of seen as the source of what the AI models have been trained on?
Yeah, it's the attribution that's harmful. No, it's the attribution. I mean, it's that if the AI company says that our AI is good because we trained it on Wikipedia, I'm not convinced that the AI will be really very good, but it's like they're using the name as a stamp of approval. Now, is that what we want? That's it. I mean, okay, maybe it's another issue. I am really not into these copyright issues, personally. I'm personally opposed to copyright. That's my opinion. And I'm a teacher, and I know that the vast majority of my colleagues never even think about copyright issues because globally the teachers can reuse anything and photocopy anything as long as it's just used in their classroom. So they never look at copyrights. And so I don't know. I'm uncomfortable with copyrights, and I think that if the AI models are trained on a vast database, it's, you know, with a neutral point of view and correct information, everything, that's positive for the way the AI itself is trained. So I'm not sure. All I'm saying is I don't think that it'd be a good idea to want absolute attribution for whatever they use in training their models. I don't think that should be a good thing for us.
It's interesting, like very different perspectives. I think that's very positive. You wanna?
Just a Charlton Heston sort of end of Planet of the Apes apocalyptic question. Like, we're talking a lot about, obviously, the digital world, but I just wondered how AI sort of like reflects in our thinking about the printed word, actual physical books. If you're talking about resources getting pulled away or locked up, and the rest of the internet being a little bit more fragmented or a bit dubious, or actual, you know, journalism sites that are, this article was written using AI, that you're less sure about actually citing in a Wikipedia article, doesn't that sort of force you to sort of like, in some respects, back into the library, to the physical world, to try and ascertain verifiability or expert views, or go to publishing houses where they say, we absolutely did not use AI in the publication of this work from this esteemed scientist or whatever. And, you know, what that whole process of what the internet was about, and the idea of the Gutenberg printing press and the copyright restricting knowledge, and then the internet's coming along and opening up, and then sort of somehow pushing people back to the printed word, and what that means, I don't know.
It's an interesting point, and maybe it also ties back. I mean, like, authenticity has been very important in the last few, increasingly important in our age, but maybe it like makes authenticity become even more important, because people will only trust, maybe not even platforms, but certain persons that they trust, or certain writers, certain I don't know, whatnot. It's an interesting perspective.
I think we are not talking enough about opportunities to use AI in Wikipedia. I don't mean content generation. I mean more like a tool, supporting tool. I copying lot of things from one point of source to the next point, and then linking from Wikidata to OpenStreetMap and so on. And if I use there maybe AI to automate something would help me. But I'm not talking about content generation, more as a support tool, and I'm missing this topic totally.
Yeah.
Helping writing, for example. Somebody has the knowledge, but it helps writing the article.
No, I mean it's also again I try to say first, that there are those kind of general AI models like ChatGPT and Copilot that this is on the top of everyone's mind. But then there's also those very kind of niche applications that might be very helpful and useful in different circumstances. And it's hard to talk about the one without going over into the other and vice versa.
I think it would be interesting to hear more about historical and maybe literary explorations of ideas around machines and writing. So, like, I'm thinking of Calvino's essay on cybernetics and ghosts from the 60s, and how might those conversations around, like the boundaries between the author and the machine better inform some of the questions that are coming up now.
No, that's really interesting, and I recall listening to a writer once who not about AI, but he said that he would never have been able to be a writer in the 19th century because then Microsoft's Word didn't exist or any free version. Then you had to like kind of delete and cut and move around if you wanted to do something. Now we could just change order of the paragraphs as he wanted. So like the technological development kind of enabled him to be a writer, and that's also on the other side of the spectrum. Like how can technology also help? Can it be something that helps us become better humans or go further ahead? I think should we maybe start to try to round up a bit? I think we've had a great amount of post-it notes, really interesting perspectives and thoughts. I don't think that we will end up with this is the Wikimedia position, this is what everyone agrees on. But I think for me this is very helpful just to try to kind of gather perspectives and thoughts from across people in the movement or friends to the movement. John and I will have some fun time trying to just kind of decipher some handwriting and see what is said on those post-it notes. Try to categorize and structure it up a bit, and then we will try to in different reasonable ways to also disseminate the results. I think that my email address might have been shared around a bit previously. So if you want to, if you really want to have the output, like our documentation of the post-it notes, then feel free to reach out. Otherwise, we will share it at the places where it is typically shared within the Wikimedia movement. Do you want to add anything further, John? No?
Just to say thank you so much for sticking with it and going through the whole process. I know it was slightly confusing in some places, and it involved standing up and walking around and stuff. But yeah, thank you so much for taking part. We really appreciate it, and we're gonna use this information and to drive the process forward, and hopefully come up with something that's useful for everyone. Yeah. So thanks so much.
Hi, everybody. I am Patricia Diaz Rubio. I'm the Executive Director of Wikimedia Chile. And today I'll be presenting you the results of the first Wikiadvocacy meeting that we had in Santiago last May. Okay, this is the structure of the presentation. I'll be first explaining you what was the Wikiadvocacy meeting, who participated, and which were the participants' thoughts about this meeting. I also will be sharing some analysis that we as organizers did after the event, what we learned from the event. And we will also present some very concrete proposals on how we think that we should continue working together in this topic. Okay, so the first Wikiadvocacy meeting was a meeting that happened in Santiago that was hosted by Wikimedia Chile, and was a meeting to discuss the what advocacy means within the Wikimedia movement. We realized that not everybody was having the same understanding of what doing advocacy could look like within the Wikimedia movement. The goals of the meeting was first of all identify the main social, technological, political, but also social, concerns or threats to our movement, the things that are happening like right now. But we also wanted to build advocacy capacities among Wikimedians, and finally, but not less important, shape and strengthen a global wiki advocacy network. Well, the meeting was held in 2 days, just like I said, in Santiago, and we navigate through this meeting with 5 main group activities, 5 facilitation or 5 moments where we could discuss these topics. We explored the fishbowl methodology that helped us to identify our current concerns as a movement. We also invite participants to share their advocacy stories to identify how everybody is working around these topics around the world. We also introduced the open space methodology to promote collective work around specific topics that participants brought to the table. We also work a little bit like collective initiatives to improve. We asked people how they thought we could improve the advocacy group to draw together our future. And we also talk about the next steps to determine how we could keep working together. So that's a picture of us doing some work. Okay, who participated? Who came to? Who was part of this meeting? Well, that's a beautiful picture of some of us. We made an open call for participants and for Wikimedians, and also for regional digital rights advocates that were that had some experience working in this topic, and we received more than 60 applications from different regions of the world, and we select a group of 36 participants who receive a full scholarship to assist to Santiago. Just like I said, the main criteria were like having a particular experience on the advocacy field. We really wanted that everybody was a little bit in the same page before having these conversations. And also we thought a lot about the geographical diversity, to trying to have people from the 8 different regions that Wikimedia Foundation uses as a criteria. So this is a little bit like how the map of the meeting looked like. Of course, we have a lot of people from Chile. We're not necessarily wanted that, but it happened in that way. But also for Italy, Argentina. Well, you can see all the different countries that were present in our meeting. Okay, after the meeting, we launched a post-event survey, and where we asked participants practical things, how do you evaluate the food, the venue, I don't know, does the team did the team really support you during the event? But we also asked them how they saw the meeting, how they evaluated what we did, and if we accomplish or not the main goals that we had in the beginning, right? So we learned that the participants really value, well, first of all, the sense of community, realizing that they are not alone doing this advocacy work in their different contexts, that there's a lot of people doing the same, and mostly a lot of people facing the same challenges. And also something that I think is more and more current after the pandemic, like the opportunity to meet. They really value the opportunity to meet face-to-face, in person, which is something really relevant in building trust process among a group that is very diverse, not because we are coming from different parts of the world, but because we also have different profiles within our own movement, right? They are people that are doing advocacy more in like professional way, like myself, I work for the movement, but also volunteers who are doing that are doing advocacy activities according to their volunteer capacities. And something that we also ask participants, it's not only how they saw the meeting, but also if they learned something in particular. And again, they recognize that advocacy, it's a broader concept that everybody thought, right? That for different reasons, the Wikimedia model urged for a protection, maybe more than ever. That even though after this meeting, we realized that we have the people, we have the muscle to do it, we must consider our different profiles, just like I said, and also our different expectations. As a group, we learned, for instance, that some participants were more interested in strategic conversations about what advocacy means, but other participants were way more interested in concrete actions, what we're going to do next. And those different profiles, we have to take them in consideration when not only organizing things like that, but things like this, but also when we are proposing concrete advocacy actions. Okay, so that was like what was the meeting and who participate. Now I would like to share with you some of the things that we learn as organizers. Okay, so we analyze all the conversations that we had during those 2 days, all the etherpads, all these post-it, all the collective notes that people took during the event, and also the notes that the facilitators took during the 2 days of the event, to create, like a vision that could summarize what happened in Santiago. And we identify 3 main concerns during those conversations. First of all, we need capacity building in 3 different areas. Legal, people pointed out that they need more support understanding certain legal tools, especially for non-lawyers, and especially in copyright topics, that it's not the only thing that we do, but it's a big part of what we do when we do advocacy. Also, people wanted to learn a little bit more about the technological trends and specific threats to our movement from that perspective. So learning a little bit what's happening not only with AI, but with other tech conversations around the world, and also having more advocacy tools to make our work easier. We also identified that there's an overall understanding that the Wikimedia model, it's not so easy to understand, not only sometimes for us as a Wikimedia members, but of course to others like beyond our movement. So trying to explain the model, what we do, and especially why we're doing it, it's something very relevant, or it was something very relevant for participants. And also the relations among the Wikimedia movement, including affiliates, Wikimedia Foundation, and volunteers. One of the concerns of the people that was in that meeting was to how we can identify who is doing what, who should be doing what, and how to better coordinate among ourselves. So just like I said, in the capacity building area, people were interested in these 3 just topics: legal tools, tech tools, and also concrete advocacy capacities. But also within these concrete advocacy capacities, we include communication skills, but not only communication skills like, I don't know, learning how to contact the press, but also media training or learning how to create a brief for decision makers, or also creating like good communication pieces. All of those things were like also included in this concrete advocacy capacities. All these tools were seen as extremely important to, first of all, approach policymakers, reaching other stakeholders, understanding that our work does not end with us, that it's very important to try to trespass our message to other civil society organizations, of course, government and public institutions, and eventually even unlikely allies who might help us if needed. And also, it was very important to be more be stronger in these capacities to answering certain requests from other stakeholders, right? We, at least something that we identified, people who participate in the meeting, is that sometimes press, the press, but also or the media or some other organizations contact us to better understand something that is happening in freedom of panorama or freedom of speech, or even the relationships between AI and Wikimedia or Wikipedia. So we have to be better prepared to address those questions. And from the explaining the Wikimedia model perspective, which I personally think that it's like the most challenging thing that, the most challenging outcome of this meeting. We think that people, we understood that people were more interested in, clarifying our Wikimedia identity and the role that we can have as a movement in the current state of things, in the communicational ecosystem, for instance. And it's important for us to understand what we do and why we do it and who we are to better communicate it to these other stakeholders. We also realized that people were very interested in learning, or at least talking about how we can build a common language upon all these things to clarify how we can approach these different stakeholders, and also working in something that's very common in the Wikimedia world is working on better ways to documenting and especially to transmit the information that we already are producing in our different contexts, right? Value information, data, examples, all kind of evidence that we can create for the movement and to find better ways to trespass that information and that knowledge to other colleagues in different parts of the world. Okay, so the next steps was the final part of our conversation, how we can keep working together. And in this part of the presentation, I would like to introduce you to some of the ideas or proposals that my team has to keep this conversation alive and not losing this energy or momentum. We really think that, our goal is that the advocacy could become a main topic in Wikimedia, like education, like GLAM, like tech, and has its own place in our meetings. Trying to use different Wikimedia gatherings like this one to have these conversations. We also are proposing keep our advocacy group. That was basically a Telegram group that we create in the context of the conference, or the meeting, sorry, to keep to organize ourselves and keep having regular online meetings. Documentation sharing, just like I said before, is very important to share and to spread the word. Around the things that we are already producing. Capacity building is something very important, of course, but it's not just about creating capacity building just because, but supporting the sessions that are already being leading by the global advocacy team, and also proposing some specific topics in the things that people said that were the most important for them, right? Tech, tech sessions, regulatory tendencies, trends, for instance, are just a few examples of the things that we think that we should keep doing. And of course, working groups divided by different interests, different regions, different needs. Because even though we have a common goal, we understand that our regions and our groups or our affiliates might be in different positions or have maybe different needs or maybe different contexts. So it's better also to be open to idea to work in smaller groups. So before saying the last words that I prepared for you today, I wanted to share that all these ideas are collected and summarized in a very, very beautiful document that Wikimedia Chile produced that is already available on Wikimedia Commons for you to download. Fortunately, I forgot to put the QR for you to download it, but I could send it to you if you are interested in to learn more about what we did, what we learned, and our proposals. And before passing to any question, I really would like to take the chance to say thank you to the global advocacy team of Wikimedia Foundation that helped us, but mostly to my team. Carla is here, she's from my team, but also everybody else on Wikimedia Chile. That was a great, great support. I mean, I did not this just myself. We are a huge team, so a huge thanks to them. Any questions, any thoughts? Just like Barbara said, good questions, bad questions, hopefully good questions. Comments, insults. Yes?
Yeah, beyond the document, I want to know your personal conclusion. For you, which is the priority for the advocacy group to do as the next step? Which is the most important thing that we should do next?
Okay, that's a good question. Well, I think that we should be prioritizing one of the three things that people said that was the more important, right? We were talking about particular capacity building. We were talking about advocacy tools, and we were talking about identifying the Wikimedia model, right? Discussing about what's the Wikimedia, explaining the Wikimedia model. I think that the third proposal, maybe it's the more complex one, but I think it's essential for us to keep moving forward, to have maybe a time to discuss, okay, what this mean, how we can explain it better. And I think that something that Friederike from Wikimedia Deutschland said during the meeting is I think it's important for us to do some wording around certain topics or certain words that we are constantly using, but we are not necessarily sure that we are all understanding the same for certain things. For instance, public good. What's a public good? What that really means? It maybe means different things in different contexts. So I know it's hard, and probably the best thing is to try to keep it practical, but those more profound conversations, I think that we should also, that maybe we should start by them.
Thank you.
Thank you, Salvador. No more questions? You had the same question. Okay. Yes?
Gracias. Hi, Pita.
Hi.
David from Colombia. I just want to ask you who was not there? Who you imagine that we need to bring to the movement, or that for you was important to be there that still is not in the discussion? Thanks.
Yeah, thank you for your question. One of the things that we did, maybe I was not clear with that we also invite regional digital advocates to the meeting. Latin America in particular, I think it's a region that has a good history of well-recognized organizations that are promoting very similar values to the ones that Wikimedia model is also promoting. we invite different local organizations, not only from Chile, but also from Bolivia and from Brazil and from Mexico and Argentina and Uruguay to be present in that meeting. I think that collaboration was very interesting, especially in the case I was forgetting Paraguay. In Paraguay, there doesn't exist a Wikimedia community. So TEDIC, the organization that was present in our meeting, it's I wouldn't say like the only one, but like the main one who is pulling an digital rights agenda. And we have to work with them in order to promote Wikimedia values in that territory, because sadly there's no organized Wikimedians who are doing that. So I think it's very important for us to not only talk to among ourselves, but trying to reach other advocates with similar values to join forces. No more questions? No? Oh, no. It's okay. Thank you so much. We were like super executive. Thank you, guys.
everyone. We're still waiting for Alicia, who's my colleague and who's running this session, but she's been delayed and is on the way. I think she'll be here in a minute or two. I'll start, and maybe Alicia is going to MC the whole meeting, and I would really like her to do that, but in being mindful of the time, I'll start by giving you background on the setup of this session, because this is a session that builds on a so-called Day Zero event, Day Zero advocacy event called Commons Cause, which we organize as a group of partner organizations that included Wikimedia Europe, Wikimedia Foundation, Open Knowledge Foundation, Creative Commons, and my organization, Open Future. And I'm mentioning this because this was a very important setup for us, a setup that was meant to fulfill the idea of collaboration in the open, which is the theme of today, of Wikimania, but more importantly, simply doing what we believe is the way to do advocacy. I think if you're interested in the topic, you might have been in sessions where we talk a lot about challenges of doing advocacy, how it's hard work, how outreach is hard, how there are not a lot of resources, how not a lot of capacities, how these are difficult issues. These are, for all these reasons, our relatively small, some bigger, some smaller, but in the big picture of things, not huge and powerful organizations need to work together. So we had this meeting, and the main idea of this session today is to sort of report back, but we will not do the typical report back because from my at least personal experience, usually they're a lot less fun than the original thing from which they're reporting, but we want to share a bit with you the spirit. And one of the main issues is how to do advocacy in cooperation with various partners and communities. So this is the theme of this meeting. We have with us representatives of various organizations, but we still don't have Alicia. And we hit a point where I cannot replace her, so I will step out and call her.
I will improvise.
Thank you for coming. I also came, as you see. So, welcome to this Friday session. We're going to be talking about collaboration in the open and for the open. And so we're going to be talking about it in the context of advocacy. And the collaboration we have in mind is between organizations, but also about community engagement when it comes to advocacy, so also collaboration with activists. And so this session is here so that we can talk about the Day Zero event that Alec has described. I guess he also said who he was, right? He's my boss. My name is Alicja Peszkowska, and I work as an engagement lead at Open Future, where Alec is a co-founder and director. And I'm just going to be a moderator today, and we're going to be talking to a few representatives of the organizations that helped us organize the Day Zero event and who also deal with advocacy efforts when it comes to Knowledge Commons. And maybe I'm going to invite them to the stage right now. Well, one of the panelists is Alec, but I guess he's gone, but maybe he's going to be back and he's going to take his seat. And then we have We have Rebecca. Rebecca Ross from Creative Commons, Communications Manager for the Open Climate Campaign. You go. Thank you. We have Anna Mazgal, who is the Executive Director of Wikimedia Europe. Patricio Del Boca, who is a tech lead and also an open activist at the Open Knowledge Foundation. We also have at least 2 participants of the Day Zero. We have Poncelet and Iglika, who I'm going to introduce a bit more later because we would like to hear from them too and their perceptions and reflections of the Day Zero. Is there anyone else here that was there on Monday? No, but we want to get a bit of a sense of who you are in the audience. So if everyone who feels like they have a good understanding of what is advocacy work in the context of the Knowledge Commons, if you could raise your hand. Okay, that's great. And if you maybe have an experience in this kind of work, if you could also raise your hand. Okay, we have a crowd of experts. And if you're excited and you think it's worth it to pursue advocacy efforts when it comes to Knowledge Commons, hooray. Okay, amazing. So what we're going to do is I'm going to ask just a question of the panelists about their work in this context and about how everyone can what are the touch points between this work and the community. We're going to talk a little bit about the experiences of the participants, and we're going to open it all for discussion. Alec, come on. I'm gonna sit in a second, but just wanna ask the first question. The questions are long. So, what's your organization's approach to advocacy and mobilizing the community for support? And I don't know, maybe Rebecca, you could start.
Hi, everybody. Yeah, this is working. I'm Rebecca from Creative Commons. And thanks very much to all those that organized the Common Cause event. I think it was really worthwhile for us to come together and talk about advocacy and it almost felt like an opportunity to reset in this new context and think about what we want to prioritize going forward. So, I think I'm going to be sort of the annoying panelist to a certain extent and start with it really depends on how we define advocacy, because I think sometimes we convolute advocacy with things like promotion, awareness building, relationship building, even communication. And my sense is that we as a community need to do all of those things first to be able to do strong advocacy in a really meaningful way. So if I think about where we are at Creative Commons, it's really building up those elements, making sure that there's strong communication infrastructure, strong strategy infrastructure, good awareness building. And, the thing that is really interesting about working at an organization like Creative Commons is that we're both an organization with staff, but we're also a global community. So it feels, really ripe to do shared advocacy. Shared advocacy is also really hard because there's so many different needs and approaches and ideas. So to just talk a little bit, to really answer the question in terms of our approach, we're really trying to approach advocacy in terms of open. So anytime that we can use open to solve problems, anytime that we can almost position open as a tool, as a framework, as a solution to other individuals' problems. So a good example would be, a national government that is funding research publications, wants to make sure that those research publications are available openly so we can go in and help them develop an open access strategy. And the other point for us in terms of advocacy is really about true legal and policy interventions. So making sure that we have strong stances around copyright, and that's getting harder day by day, especially in light of generative AI. I think there are really three layers in terms of how we think about advocacy at CC as well. It's connecting with partner organizations like events like this. It's the work of the community and working with local and regional groups. And then there's this general awareness. I think that generally people don't really see that they are sharing on the internet all the time. Their sharing is happening through platforms, and the world will change in terms of how open licenses are applied to that. So we've been thinking quite a lot about, the advocacy as well to the general public. I guess the other thing I would just say, and this is sort of a bit of a future goal for us at Creative Commons, is we would really like to be able to take stronger stances that can then be reused in different regional, local, institutional contexts. And really to better understand what our community of those, anyone basically who has ever applied a CC license, needs from us in this rapidly changing environment. So I think that's where I'll pause for that question.
Amazing. Maybe Anna now?
So it's this third and fourth days for us actually. So I just want to make sure that I remember the question. So thank you so much. Yes, so advocacy initiatives and how we work with the community. Yes,
how organization approaches advocacy.
Community. Thank you so much, Rebecca. I'm Anna from Wikimedia Europe. Wikimedia Europe is the, let's call it an assembly of European affiliates of Wikimedia. And the organization is young, but our work actually started over 10 years ago, thanks to many factors, including my colleague Dimi that is here in the room, specifically from public policy and advocacy work. And in the EU, I think we have this specific context, or in Europe we have this specific context because we have the European Union as a political organism that is basically discussing about legal and political framework or policy frameworks for European Union, so the countries that are assembled together and constitute a big part of the whole continent. So it makes sense to speak to the European Union about issues such as access to knowledge and freedom of expression and user rights, because when that happens in the countries, that's already after the EU established those frameworks, so it's much less effective. So there was a center of gravity created, and it still is there, and we're doing this work in many topics and iterations, starting with issues related to copyright and then going through other legislation that potentially had impact on freedom of expression, and of course also topics such as Digital Services Act, that is then the liability of online platforms for the content, how it's regulated or how it's not regulated. And of course now after the European elections, there will be, the new parliament already has constituted its committees, and the European Commission is deciding also about both the personal setup, but also of the topics they want to pick up for the next 5 years. So this work will be further modified by this. We also try to, of course, be as possible, as proactive as possible in also basically telling decision makers, hey, different internet is possible, right? We're not only talking about internet that is built by the big platforms that have a lot of market power, but also there are those places on the internet where communities decide and govern for themselves what they want to put out and also how they want to work. And of course, Creative Commons also has impact in that field, and so do other organizations. So this is just to give you an idea of what we focus on, but communities for us are super important just because there's such a direct impact on the way they work, what they can and cannot do in terms of basically providing content through Wikipedia, Wikimedia Commons and other projects, that it's simply unthinkable to not talk to them and also bring their perspectives and also give platforms so that they can come to Brussels and talk about this. to with the decision makers, because that work should serve them, right? Not just us. So, and we can bring this broader perspective because unlike some platforms, we don't think that internet is only what happens on their platform. We think it's the health of this whole space is important. We sometimes, of course, also have a more general voice, but the nucleus of our work is to center the communities and their needs and their interests in that work. So that's one aspect of it that makes us do it. It's, of course, needs to be said that we work a lot with the global policy team of Wikimedia Foundation because they are the entity responsible for or liable for some of the infringements. So, of course, we also need to understand what are their needs and what works from that perspective and not. But we work with in Europe with people that are here, and we're very happy to see that over that time, more and more European organizations of Wikimedia, European chapters, who have staff or volunteers consider participating in those conversations, which means resources, right? It's human resources, it's time, it's know-how. So we're very happy to see this, and we try to support them as much as we can and work also with them. So it has a very practical dimension, and one that maybe is not the most time effective, but I think it really brings what it needs to be, which is that we work a lot, we provide a lot of tailored approach. So we cannot work with many people at once, but I think really it's better to understand what that specific community needs, what is, for example, their situation. So in France, there is a lot of legislation that really goes against what the Digital Services Act is going to say, or maybe not a lot of legislation, but a lot of ideas within the new legislation. So we help with that particular work to understand what can be done and to hone the talking points. And you know all this, you know all the shop. I know that there are many people here, so I don't need to explain this. But and then in Italy, there's really like a reverse hit on public domain with some administrative fees that could be considered licensing as the effect, but are not really licenses. Therefore, it remains to be seen what the courts will say about this mechanism as actually limiting access to public domain. So we're also coordinating with the Italian team to understand how to support them, how to give visibility to that particular topic. So, I mean, I could talk a long time, and also, honestly, Dimi should be here and explain this because he's the person who does this work. So we can also, hopefully, if you agree, Dimi, involve you in any questions that people may have later about this. Sorry, it was very long. I'm sorry.
No, that's great. It was very comprehensive, and it's all also about like breaking down, you know, your organization's approach to advocacy. Patricio, should I repeat the question?
No, thank you. I remember it. Okay. So my name is Patricio Del Boca, currently working as a technical leader of the Open Knowledge Foundation, which has like a long tradition of advocating for openness. I started advocating for openness when I was in high school. So, and in terms of what is our current approach for advocacy, I think I can like pinpoint to like 4 different parts of our strategy. The first one is like the definition of key pressing issues that we want to work on. So for us, like this 0 event day in which we get together with other organizations to define, okay, what is like the pressing issues, what are like the hot topics that we need to work, is like highly like important for us because that's where we get feedback on what the community wants to work in and also what the world needs in terms of like advocacy. And then we create like a document, an internal document with like 2 or 3 points that is like suitable for us to work. We share it with our network. We have a network that is present in more like in 40 countries in the world to receive feedback, to see if it aligns with their current necessities and the local necessities. Then when we have like the advocacy plan or like at least like the key issues that we want to work on in the year, what we do is like a strong communication and alignment inside the organization and with the network. We have like network calls like every month in which we discuss these topics and we receive feedbacks about it. So we make sure that every people in the organization and every chapter of the network and every collaborator
is aligned to what are the works. That's the second point, like communication and alignment. Like the third step or important part is like we promote a lot and support decentralized events in order to do advocacy. One example of this one is like the Open Data Day. Open Data Day is like a beautiful example because it's like a small grant that we give to local communities with no string attached. Only what we require is like a small blog post in which they describe like their experience and the results of the event. But because we are strictly aligned, we have like a clear understanding of what are the goals, kind of like what are the limits. We trust the community, and they can go, they can do whatever they want, and then we receive. And that creates like advocacy at the most local level because we receive events from local municipalities in Colombia, in Zambia, in Tanzania, in Argentina, in Italy. So it's like a really global way to reach people. And also in decentralized ways, another experience that we have is the OpenSGO COP that we talk a little bit like during this event. A person from our network, Max, like he has like 20-something years old. He's really young, but he was like in the COP event 2 years ago, and he says, "Hey, the open movement is not in the COP event. So I want to create a movement to start like taking the open discussions to the COP, completely centralized. We provide support, we provide alignment, and we provide our structure, and we let him grow and lead that community." In a completely decentralized way. But because of the step 2, that we communicate and that we are aligned, we trust the process. And third and fourth point and last one in our approach is like us as the Open Knowledge Foundation, that has more like a global reach, we participate in like top level forums and discussions. So for example, the G20, for example, the UN, and we do like strong advocacy there, like for example, like policy briefings. This year we get together with Fundar, which is like an organization of Argentina, and we work together in a policy brief for the T20 in Brazil, and we presented the paper and it got approved, and we did the same with another organization. So in these high-level forums, we put like the experience and the baggage of the organization to create like policy brief and impact and influence in those decisions. So in a summary, is like vision, mission, alignment with the community. Our network do the advocacy at the local level, and us as organization go to like the more top-level approaches.
A very structured grassroots approach, and it's also very interesting that every organization obviously has a little bit of a different approach and also operates in different contexts. Alec?
So I will speak maybe from a slightly different perspective, which comes from the fact that Open Future is a think tank. By this we mean, I realize actually that sometimes it's confusing and think tanks sound like organizations that work for corporate clients. That's not what we mean. I think when we say think tank, we mean two things: that we want to be just a bit detached from direct, we call it direct advocacy, this sort of immediate work with policymakers, while still being useful in the overall advocacy process. And we try to think how we can look just beyond the current advocacy issues and expand the scope. And I will say that both things are hard, because what we have learned, and I think this is an insight I like to share, is both of these moves have a risk. We think they're important, but they also run the risk that we lose being relevant. Because actually policy happens very close to policymakers and happens here and now. It is a work that's focused on the current issue, the current big file. The reason we wanted to do this is we felt there is a gap in these two moves, but they're also risky. So how do we try to deal with them, or what are the lessons learned from unsuccessfully dealing with them? One thing I want to first highlight as a specific, very, let's call it community that we work with, is researchers. We think there's very important work to be done to take insights created by academics and transferring them to the advocacy space. And we really believe we can play that role. Academics do a lot of useful knowledge, sometimes on their own. I think there are more academics, for example, working on the understanding the Digital Services Act I would bet, okay, maybe someone wants to bet because I'm guessing, but I would put a bet that there are more academics than activists, right? Writing pieces that are very academic, meant to be published mainly in journals, but a lot of them feel they want to have an impact. And often their knowledge is very useful. We, for instance, now are working to propose a standard for transparency of AI. This is a current thing that's happening in Europe around the AI Act. And we realize that the best knowledge, really practical knowledge, is in the minds of computer scientists. So the successful process for us is to tap into their knowledge, find time to talk with them, but then they kind of give us the knowledge and we package it, make it available for policymakers who work with them. So I think this is one very useful strategy. But the other thing is this whole issue with relevance. I think this is the second thing I want to mention. It turns out to be a challenge. How to say it? Maybe we, for example, are very much interested in data governance issues, but on their own they're extremely abstract, and there seems to be no connection with sort of, I wanted to say, reality. So this is a moment where even we as a think tank need to find a hook. But then the interesting lesson is you cannot do it on your own. We had this experience 3 years ago. There was a European policy file called the Data Governance Act and then the Data Act. And in the later one, there was a very interesting piece that concerned making private data shared, forcing companies basically to make data available. And we thought this is very relevant, but we quickly discovered that among civil society we have a very unusual interest, and more or less it was just us. I'm simplifying just a bit, but we saw there's no coalition, and we saw how hard it is to push any file on your own. And this was a big lesson, so where we now feel, because I think there's often in advocacy this thought, is someone else doing it? And if they're already doing it, then maybe we look for something else. And this is what we did. And we learned this is often a very difficult strategy. The best one is still to look for a community of fellow advocates. I'll stop here.
That was an amazing end to this round of kind of answers to a question. There is a second question, which is more of a follow-up to the first one. So like we got this overview from important organizations in the field, and this question is about anything specific initiatives that your organization is working on right now that would be like good to be like put on this in the spotlight, but also like where the community can engage with what's happening with your work. Do you want to like mix the maybe?
There's this joke in Poland that we often say, let's mix the order, and then people start talking and everyone talks like 1, 2, 3, 4. And we call it Polish random.
Yes. No, so
Try it, it's fun. Do Polish random next time you want to mix up the speakers.
No, so maybe we'll start with Anna this time, and then we do Patricio, and then we do Alek, and then we finish with Rebecca.
Okay. Yeah, I think we have a kind of big list of topics we work on, or what's on our minds. I think they, and I won't just be listing them and describing. Maybe just give you a bit of an overview, sort of also where we are, because I think part of advocacy is a lot of internal thinking, also in how this all fits together. What is the big picture there? Like, what is sort of the strategic approach, right? Like, this is how we arrive to those smaller points. I think I'm not saying anything very controversial or new here, but this is how it is. So I think that there are, of course, the issues that, in our case, the European Union is working on. So whether it is the implementation of Digital Services Act, or whether it's the upcoming implementation of the directive on SLAPS, which is the, Timmy, please help me, the strategic litigation against public interest, right? That's the word, because it also affects our community. That's one way of preventing people from writing about public figures is to basically sue them because of alleged defamation. So there's a mix of that. There are also the topics that we're approached about, which is, for example, AI and the risk-based assessment of the AI Act, because that's the approach that the legislator took. What we think about this, does that affect us? On top of this, there is the fact that Wikipedia as a project became a very large online platform, which doesn't concern Wikimedia Europe directly, but because we are in Europe and these are those legislators, we are, of course, also very much plugged into those conversations and also learn a lot from the foundation and their teams that work with this about what that really means for the organization and the project. And then also what we're looking at is that, well, there's a lot of chasing of the lawmakers in a sense that when they want to regulate the internet, I don't think they want to hurt us or communities like ours, because I don't think they have a problem with how things work. They also don't know how those things work. But if you take a definition of online platform and you base it on basically the fact that somebody holds a space and somebody can put things into that space and other people can access it, it's the same definition for Meta and the same for Wikipedia. So therefore, whatever concerns that particular definition also can backfire at us, right? So there's a lot of thinking how to talk about spaces like ours, because it's not only about Wikipedia, it's also about the Fediverse, right, and the federalized social media and so on, in a way that the legislators understand that they have to be a bit more nuanced. Because otherwise we end up with bad lawmaking, which is basically chasing them and saying, hey, could you please give us an exception or give an exception for that particular type of activity on the internet? And that's not good lawmaking, right? Also considering that it's an exception, so it may also change over time. So there's a lot of conversations that we do have how to basically talk about a certain model of activity on the internet that helps the legislators understand and think before they start projecting intervention and when they do the impact assessment, which they should do thoroughly when they think of new policies and new interventions, that basically they need to take this into consideration. So then it's also easier work for us, because then we don't need to fix this sort of overreaching of legislation, which we often talk to them and they say, well, oh, really? This is how it is. Yeah, no, it's like not for you, right? We didn't want to do anything, but still, you know, it's in the law. So certain restrictions can apply to us or certain procedures. One of the worst case scenarios would be if actually our project need to collect more data than they actually do just to comply with transparency, right? That's a basically problem put on its head. So things like this we would want to very much avoid. We're successful so far, but there is a lot of thinking about how to enter the conceptual process of policy making with evidence and with messaging and with actually talking to the right people, because they are not always the same as the ones that then debate the actual law, with messages that make them realize that they need to be a bit smarter about how they regulate this area.
If we could move to Patricio, and I have like a little bit of a follow-up question to you too, so that you have almost like 1.5 questions, because during the day zero, the event on Monday, Open Knowledge Foundation led the mapping exercise of different initiatives happening within the community that we should stay aware of. So if you could maybe just highlight what you think was relevant, came out. Like, there is going to be a detailed list. We're going to digitize it and publish it in a couple of weeks. So it's going to be accessible and available to everyone, but just maybe as a couple of highlights so that people stay excited about what's coming.
Yeah, perfect, because it also matched with one of the points of our initiatives this year. So I'm going to try to connect. So in terms of initiatives that the Open Knowledge Foundation is working on advocacy this year, we have like 3 main initiatives. First one is like an initiative for open digital public infrastructure, which this is an initiative that gets created in when local meet the global, because at the beginning it started as a local initiative on Argentina to build a better open infrastructure for electoral processes. I'm from Argentina, and the local necessities were like, okay, we need to build an open infrastructure for electoral processes. And when we were like working on that, we created like a couple of roundtables to debate this with regions all across the world. But at the same moment, like the G20 get together and started talking about like the digital public infrastructure, and they created like a statement about like open digital public infrastructure that could be open. In the statement, they say, no, we want the digital public infrastructure to be open. We don't want like governments to push for like a digital infrastructure that can be open. No, we want that statement to say it's open. So then we merged like the local thing with the global thing and say, okay, yeah, pushing for like a digital public infrastructure, open digital public infrastructure for electoral processes is too narrow. Let's do it big. So that's one of the initiatives that we are having, and we are doing it by policy brief. This paper that I mentioned that we presented with the Argentinian organization to the T20 is about like electoral processes and how to integrate openness into the electoral processes. The second initiative that we have is one that we call the Tech We Want, which is the one that excites me the most because it's technical, but it's basically like a meta discussion on how tech has become completely inaccessible for like organizations like us or governments like us. The last 10 years of like Silicon Valley-led technological development created a bubble that only Silicon Valley can pay for technology talent, and only Silicon Valley can create applications. So how can we, and also they created tools that started like destroying the open nature of the web in technical points of view that I'm not going to talk now, but this initiative that we have that is called the Tech We Want is a way to reclaim not only the open nature of the web on the internet, but also a way of creating technology that is accessible and affordable for like everyone and not only for like big tech corporations. And the last initiative is an advocacy initiative to improve our advocacy strategy. So it's kind of like a meta initiative. Basically, we're trying to kind of reclaim a little bit our leadership in the space of the open. I mean, it's no secret that the Open Knowledge Foundation has been a little bit sleepy in the last year. So we are trying to like, okay, reshape and rethink how we do advocacy to improve our advocacy and our presences. And we have like several initiatives there. For example, we started with Sarah here, like a regional coordinator program, because we have the Open Knowledge Foundation and then like a lot of chapters in 40 countries, but there is a huge gap. Because local realities in different regions of the world are completely different. So we are like trying to put like a layer there of regional coordinators that can like coordinate the regional realities. We are like trying to put way more effort on the Open Data Day, which is like for us one of our best advocacy programs. We have like this program which is called 100 plus conversations, in which we are trying to get people that is like open advocates to help us like rethink what is important in this moment. We are trying to like engage again in the open definition to reshape it, to make it like more suitable for like current needs, which is also important because there are like people that are trying to define, okay, what is open AI? And they're saying to us, okay, let's revisit together because like the open definition impacts a lot in what is open AI. And second one is trying to like design like a place, because it has been like a long time since like all the open movements and all the organizations of the open movement had like a place to discuss together. And I think that it's time for us as a movement to get together in a conference or in a place to discuss our movement again. Because so far what we do is like, oh, let's do some side event in that conference. Let's do a side event. No, we need to get like all together to specifically discuss our movement. So in this initiative of like trying to reclaim our position or be more relevant is where the zero event comes in. because this is one of our ways to say, hey, we are present, we want to discuss, we want to engage with the community. And the 0-day event was basically an event in which we gather like 50 plus people of the Commons community to start thinking on the advocacy agenda for like the next year. And we did like a 2 hours mapping exercise to understand the threats, the opportunities, and the events that kind of like for our movement. We have like several groups discussing. The results are going to be published and processed. We did it like 2 days ago, so they are like not ready yet. But we had like some clusters of like initial inputs that we can like share. That, for example, one of the threads that we can see is like the platformization locking of the data and the commons. Now the platforms own the content. That we have like non-inclusive, the proliferation of non-inclusive AI models, the appropriation of the open agenda of like for big tech, open washing, and to put it more simple. The lobby power of monopolies is like a huge threat to our movement, and the lack of data literacy. That kind of was like the cluster of ideas that all share. But in that cluster of opportunities and threats, we also find that sometimes like opportunities were also threats, or threats are also opportunities, and there are two, for example. I mean, I'm talking that one of the threats is the proliferation of non-inclusive AI models, but at the same time, the proliferation of AI models like that aims to translation is like a huge improvement for communities, because suddenly you have access to like, you remove a lot of the language barrier that local communities have. And second, like the threat of like lack of literacy is also like an opportunity for like teaching programs. So like one threat is like we don't have literacy, okay, but this is also like an opportunity because we need to create programs to teach. So that was kind of like a little bit the summary of the mapping exercise, which, as I said at the beginning, for us as an organization is super important because it's gonna literally our advocacy agenda for 2025 is going to be based on this output, and we are going to process it and publish it in the upcoming days, weeks after the summer, probably.
Thank you very much. Alec?
I will be brief, mindful of time. So I'll just highlight one project also to show where, again, we see our role in a bigger ecosystem. That sometimes I think in order to do advocacy, the important question is alignment among partners. And it is very hard. I must say a lot of my work is getting rid of some naive ideas how we can align. We're doing, but the initiative I want to talk about is called AI Principles for AI in the Commons. This is a project we're doing mainly with Creative Commons, but also with other organizations. It started last year at the CC Summit. And without going into details, just the sense that you need some principles. It's very important to together have principles that tell you.
Initiatives, I think it really comes down to stewarding a healthy and vibrant commons for the public good, and really thinking about the sustainability of that open infrastructure. My particular interest is also the content, the data, the information that runs through that infrastructure. So really ensuring that the information, the content that helps inform our world, like, for example, climate research, is available openly. And, you know, I would love to see in a few years to be able to say that all of the climate research is available as open access. So really working on initiatives like that. And also at CC, we have our open culture team that are engaging with other priorities in terms of applying open to culture and heritage. Otherwise, we're thinking quite a lot about ethical licensing and responsible AI, just like everybody else. You know, when CC was developed 20 years ago, it sort of found that space between all rights reserved and no rights reserved, and we're thinking about how to apply that today with AI. And, you know, there really is right now this binary of opt-in or opt-out in terms of if your content, you know, you want your content to participate or engage or be used with AI models. So what would it look like if there was more of a spectrum of choice? So we're calling that initiative Preference Signals. We are really at the early stages of kind of seeing how we can extrapolate some of the work that was done with the CC licenses now within the context of AI. So definitely more to come on that. I would say over the next year, we are planning workshops. We're going to be engaging as much as possible And part of this question was also how to engage. You know, I think invite us to your meetings, your events, and really, like, the invitation here is ask us your challenging questions about licensing. You know, challenge our thinking on how we're thinking about AI and copyright in the commons. So the more we know at Creative Commons about the needs of the open community when it comes to the commons, when it comes to the CC licenses, the more that we can be in service. So, you know, I think, like my colleagues here on this panel, the dream really would be to have this shared advocacy roadmap, a set of shared principles, and like, I'm really thinking these days about what we want to solve in this generation of open activists that we don't have to pass on to the next generation. Like, what gift do we want to give them? Because those that have come before us, you know, gave us a gift, and now we're trying to solve some issues as well. So finding alignment on that, I think, could be quite powerful because we are entering into this next big wave of digital sharing.
Thank you so much to the panel for now. I know that, well, we have a little bit over 7 minutes. We have Poncelet and Iglika, whom I wanted to ask to maybe say a couple of words about the event. But if there are questions, you can, like, get them ready, because this is the next thing. So maybe Iglika Ivanova, if you could say a couple of words.
Thank you. Thank you so much, both for the Tuesdays workshops and topics, and for this one. And I played an association game while listening to your exposés and looking at the framing of this conversation, or you can call it thesaurus as well. And because I'm here from a interesting perspective between academia and civic sector, but also public administration. Here are my thoughts, because what is the common to me between you, the advocacy work and media literacy, is that we are the closest one to the audiences, so to the citizens. This is how I see it. And one of the main challenges is to engage audiences. Okay, everyone is fighting for the engagement by the audiences. And here are two main questions that we need to ask ourselves and to help audiences to probably understand and find some answers is what we have in common is the first question, and what is at stake, which leads to multi-stakeholderism approach, and how we have multi-stakeholderism approach without the audiences and the citizens. From then on, the easiest part for me would be to just promote what you do, because I strongly believe in it, and I strongly believe that it is through advocacy and through the civic sector and human rights organization that we have this presence in the public sphere. But at the same time, we have a work to do on trust, reputation, from then on legitimacy. So the audience is to recognize the importance of the work you or we do, to be involved, and to be, how advocacy is the answer, for example, to lobbyism, because this is like the good and the bad actor in many cases. And from then on, it is about knowledge, understanding, it is about participatory culture. So this is, because you mentioned literacy a few times, thank you for that. It is expanding definition of this multi-literacy that we need. But again, my main question and probably the biggest challenge is how to engage and to bring audiences and citizens. But I don't want to take more time.
Well, it was great. I think engagement takes time and patience and resources, and that's hard to have. Poncelet?
Yeah, thank you. I'll first start by the event that happened on Tuesday. I think the biggest takeaway was the realization that we can agree to disagree, but all our the various organizations that sat on the table, whether it's Open Future, whether it's Creative Commons, Wikipedia Europe, my network, the Open Knowledge, they all have these shared aligned principles on building on advocacy for the common good. And I will say that one of the most important things that came out for me, looking at that, ending with this, which is sort of like a review process and moving ahead, is the ability for us to know our opportunities, our threats that exist. And it was all discussed with great openness. And that shows the realization that among all the networks involved, we are ready to come out with really a common agenda on advocacy. In terms of events, my colleague Pato talked about looking at it at the high level. We have the Internet Governance Forum. I mean, I'm very fortunate that I've been involved since 2003 when it started as a young person with the WSIS process and in Geneva and going to Tunis with the Association for Progressive Communications, which I now sit on the board, APC. And one thing I noticed with that process, now we have regional IGFs, whether it's Eurodig, whether it's LANIC in Latin America, whether it's the African IGF, we should be involved in those processes because all the stakeholders are there. The academia we are talking about, they are also involved. A lot. The IGF is now very involved in what I will call the Global Digital Compact, which is going to be discussed in the Summit of the Future. We have to have a stake because this third objective is for an inclusive, open, and safe digital space. And that's all what we are talking about. Everything we are doing here, it has to be open in the digital space. So I want us, we listed those events on Tuesday. We should check those events. We should be involved in those events, and we should see how we should collaborate. And our academics are very involved in the IGF. During the open climate session, Rebecca and everybody that was there really talked about linking academics. Alex mentioned it is very important that we have to get our academics involved. If we are to do good advocacy, all our young people, they are in universities in every continent of the world. For that, for the work we do to reach those younger generation, what they call the Gen Z, that will affect everything we are doing, our academics have to be involved. Thank you.
Thank you. We have a bit less than 2 minutes. There is a question. There is a remark.
Oh my God, I'm as that person going to say it's not a question, it's more a reaction. I might still able to respond. Okay, it's just absolutely agree with what you've said, but it made me think about, and I'm super happy to see so many organizations actually coming together to actually have that discussion and move forward together. But in the same time, I can't prevent myself of thinking that it's not obviously that easy to align. I think everybody knows that in that room because you have leadership issues after when you're trying to align different NGOs. But it also reminded me that beyond the question of leadership, you also have this question of fundraising, how you're going to fund your programs, and if the person that are actually, if the organization funding those programs is also aligned with the fact that you can have common, common activities, because we often have like a programmatic funds, for instance, grants, and then it's agree your NGO that has to be on the work, and then we don't always think about how we are so influenced by those grants or like fund that we receive, and it's another issue obviously, but and I don't have solutions.
Yeah, no, John, to reply to you to say, okay, how can we engage with those communities and with those audiences? I think that our movement, once it gets aligned, it needs to start like talking and participating in communities outside of our comfort zone. We have like 2 beautiful experiences with the Open Knowledge Foundation that we did this year because, well, in one of our approaches for advocacy is like going outside of our bubble. The first one, we got invited to the ACP, to the Austria Center for Peace Forum, like 1 month ago. And we started talking with peace activists there, and the interaction between like the openness and technology and data with the peace activists was amazing. We got so many feedback about like how the 2 communities, what are the necessities, whatever. And I can think as well, like Wikimedia movement, like in terms of war, I mean, Wikipedia is like a active ground battle. So I think that a combination, for example, there with peace activists and Wikipedia, from that can happen magnificent things. And the second one is like with the Open Data Editor, like a tool that we are building, our product owner is a journalist. So we are going to the journalist events, for example. And that's a community that needs data, that needs openness, that does not understand openness. And in Argentina also, like in a nonprofit, work a lot with journalists. And when you go outside your communities and start talking with people outside your bubble, automatically, like the engagement can generate.
Thank you. That was amazing. We're out of time. Maybe also climate activists. I think this is also a conversation worth plugging into. But thank you very much for coming to this session. Have a wonderful rest of Wikimania. If we could maybe give a round of applause to everyone who spoke. And as you see, these organizations have plans and we will be communicating about them. So I hope we can collaborate in the future. #collaboration. Thank you. Bye.